development. The conference should come up with ideas and workable solutions that will help to address fiscal challenges and taxing rights of the federating units to reduce the growing tensions. As you all know, the revenue profile of government has seriously been challenged in recent past due to multiple factors. Given that the resources are relatively low compared to the huge responsibilities of government, concerted efforts are required at this junction to prioritize government expenditure and place emphasis on resource mobilization. In this context, public and private sector financial managers have crucial roles to play. The reason this symposium was organized to specifically deliberate on tax administration, focusing on tax reforms, infrastructure development, ease of doing business, and the survival of micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises, taking into account the shock occasioned by the COVID-19 pandemic. On its part, the federal government has put in place the Strategic Revenue Growth Initiative and the Annual Finance Act to mobilize domestic funds necessary for human capital and infrastructure development that are both drivers and enablers of sustainable economic growth and development. The SRGI is designed to improve government revenue and entrench fiscal prudence with emphasis on achieving value for money. A total of 47 strategic revenue growth initiatives were identified across 3 thematic areas to achieve sustainability in revenue generation, identify new revenue streams, and enhance the enforcement of existing ones, as well as achieve cohesion in revenue ecosystem. There's no gainsaying that taxation the world over has remained the surest and most sustainable source of government revenue and a potent tool for economic growth. It is based on this premise that the federal government has continued to review our tax policy to bring it in line with current realities. The fiscal initiatives in the Annual Finance Act prioritize non-oil sectors such as primary agriculture production, shipping and air transport, as well as financial and insurance services. The Act also has tax breaks for MSMEs and enshrines fiscal discipline in government-owned enterprises by limiting their cost-to-revenue ratio to a maximum of 50%. Furthermore, due to the uncertainty and unpredictability of oil prices in the international market, ladies and gentlemen, my sister has just walked in. She's never tiring. I just mentioned that she was on a trip with Mr. President, and you can see the level of dedication she has still tried to come in. Furthermore, due to the uncertainty and unpredictability of oil prices in the international market, the government has continually placed a premium on the growth of the non-oil sector in diversification of revenue sources. I am glad to note that the FIRS non-oil tax collections for 2020 and the collections so far in 2021 is higher than the tax from oil. A while ago, the chairman of the National Bureau of Statistics wanted to know if the executive chairman of FIRS is performing. From the statement I have just made, I am sure that it's absolutely clear that he is performing. So this performance can be attributed to various reform programs also and digitization projects being undertaken by the service to improve its operations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. More is needed considering that we need to enhance all sources in closing the budget deficit and reduce government borrowing. I urge the board and management to be consistent and focused in ensuring that the reforms are sustained. My father used to tell me that the beginner is not the worker, but he that walks to the end. So, Chairman, you've started well. We need you to end very well. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the theme of the workshop shows your interest in the development of Nigeria against the backdrop of the impact of COVID-19. This is indeed most appropriate and timely, as it captures our common desire for economic recovery, growth, and development. Recall that the federal government's Economic Sustainability Plan was conceptualized by His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, to mitigate the impacts of COVID-19 pandemic and the effects of the recession that the country experienced as a result of the economic shutdown following COVID-19. The pandemic caused massive job losses and supply chain disruptions with negative implications for the world economy, and Nigeria certainly was no exception. As of today, the Economic Sustainability Plan, which commenced in July 2020, has delivered many positive results, particularly in the area of job creation. In specific terms, the Economic Sustainability Plan has saved about 1.3 million jobs through micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises and payroll support. In addition, 774,000 jobs were created through the Public Works Program under the National Directorate of Employment, and 26,021 jobs were generated from construction and rehabilitation of federal roads under the Federal Roads Maintenance Agency. Specifically, about 3,707 kilometers of federal roads are being constructed or rehabilitated by FEMA across the Federation under the Economic Sustainability Plan. 400 housing units are being constructed for persons of concerns in Borno, Katsina, Edo, Zamfara, and Kano states. In the agric sector, 495 kilometers of rural roads were constructed by the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development to boost agricultural production, enable farmers access to markets across the country, and prevent post-harvest losses. Significantly, 129,000 crop farmers and 38,333 animal farmers have been profiled for support for the dry season farming cycle, and 471 billion was allocated as loans to farmers under the Agriculture, Jobs, and Food programs across 14 crop value chains, including beef production, aquaculture, and poultry farming, amongst others, out of which the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development reported that 14 billion was disbursed to commercial banks for lending to farmers for the 2021 wet farming season. These rural roads and agro-corridors are facilitating transportation of agricultural product to markets, encouraging investment of value-adding industries for processing and storage of farm products, lowering production costs, discouraging rural-urban migration, reducing urban slums, and therefore imperatively improving security in the urban areas. In the health sector, 52 intensive care units with 520 beds, 52 molecular labs, 52 isolation centers were established at the federal tertiary hospitals. Personal protective equipment were also procured. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the above measures and incentives put in place by this government have ensured that both health and economic data have continued to be on a positive trajectory after the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. Nigeria's gross domestic product grew by 5.01% year-on-year in real terms in the second quarter and 4.03% in the third quarter of 2021. The second and third quarter growth rates were higher than the minus 6.10% decline recorded in Q2 2020 and 0.51% growth recorded in Q1 2021 year-on-year, indicating the return of business and economic activity to near levels seen prior to the nationwide implementation of COVID-19 related restrictions. Similarly, headline inflation has continued to trend downward for the 7th consecutive month, from 18.17% in March 2021 to 15.99% in October 2021. Food inflation has also continued to go down in the last 7 months, after peaking in March 2021 at 22.95% to 18.34% in October 2021. Preceding this decline, both headline and food inflation continuously rose for 17 months, from October 2019 to March 2021. So to further sustain this trajectory and to grow the economy on an inclusive basis and achieve sustainable economic development, recently the Federal Executive Council approved the National Development Plan 2021 to 2025 to guide government's policies, programs, and projects, as well as private sector operations from now to 2025, while this will be inspired by the Perspective Plan, the Nigeria Agenda 2050, which encapsulates our long-term vision for Nigeria. The plan focuses on identifying and removing binding constraints to growth, as well as mobilizing resources for sustainable development of the country. With this plan, the federal government intends to progressively continue to increase the capital component of its budget and reduce the spend on recurrent expenditure. The financing of the National Development Plan will rely heavily on domestic resource mobilization from the non-oil revenue sources. We all have critical roles to play in finding innovative ways to reform tax administration and raise public revenue to effectively finance the plan. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in rounding off my address, I would like to draw your attention to the importance the current administration places on citizens' participation in governance, tracking service delivery and development in their communities. In order to ensure transparency and accountability in the delivery of government's capital projects countrywide, the Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning is working on a web app, which we have christened the iMark, that will assist citizens to iMark and report on government's projects and programs that have been earmarked for their communities using their mobile phones and in real time. The iMark app will soon be launched, as it is about 90% developed. Let me pause for a moment and explain how this app would work. We all know that what is not monitored is not done. And so what we've decided to do is to use the Grid 3 capabilities that we have in the ministry to use evidence-based and geospatial technology. And once the budget is signed by Mr. President, we will layer the programs and the projects on the Nigerian map so that it will come up with its distinct latitude and longitude. That will be downloaded on the app, which Nigerians can download on their phones. So instead of the 40 people we have in the National Monitoring and Evaluation Department going around the country to monitor 40,000 projects, we will now have 200 million Nigerians doing the monitoring and evaluation for us. And because it is coming with unique latitude and longitude, integrity is built into it. The citizens cannot deceive us, and we cannot also deceive the citizens. Because if you were to go to my village and take a picture of a mud house and come back to us and say, it is a 5-star hospital we said we built in Lagos, it definitely will show that what you have sent is from my village. You know, I have seen on social media, I don't know how true it is, where someone said he built a world-class bridge. And the pictures that were shown was a wooden bridge. A wooden bridge cannot be a world-class bridge. And so with the app, if the citizens go there and take the picture, we will see up front that a world-class bridge has not been built, but a wooden bridge. And what we will do is to invite our brothers from the EFCC or ICPC and just simply tell them, go and recover our money and keep the people who have used our money wrongly in a 5-star hotel for 20 years where they have to do some thinking. So this government requires your active participation in the process of tying budget provisions to projects and getting time value of money earmarked for capital projects as governance is a collective responsibility by all citizens. Finally, let me once again, on behalf of the management and staff of the Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget, and National Planning, thank our host, the Executive Chairman, FIRS, Mr. Mohammed N. Nami, and to assure you that the Ministry will continue to support the FIRS and provide the enabling environment and policy direction to strengthen your operations. And you can see the level of support already. Like I said, Minister just arrived and she's here. I applaud. I applaud the management of Usman Danfodio University, Sokoto, for collaborating with FIRS in holding this symposium. Other academic institutions are encouraged to emulate this example. I look forward to robust discussion on far-reaching recommendations or outcomes from this symposium. At this junction, it is my privilege and rare honor to, on behalf of the Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget, and National Planning, declare this symposium open. Thank you and God bless.
We can do better than that, please. Thank you. And once again, without necessarily breaching protocol, shall we formally welcome the presence of the Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget, and National Planning, Zainab Ahmed. And while the Minister of State was speaking, our Royal Father of the Day, His Royal Highness, Alhaji Dr. Yahaya Abubakar, CFR, Etsunupe, Chairman, Niger State Council of Traditional Rulers, Chairman, Coordinating Committee, National Council of Traditional Rulers of Nigeria, walked in. Shall we welcome him, please? Indeed, we are progressing. The keynote address is on taxation and the challenges of external shocks, lessons, and policy options for Nigeria. Before then, I'm told to constitute the panelists and the moderator before I invite our keynote speaker today. Beginning with the discussants, make welcome to Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, Tax Policy and an Africa Tax Leader. Mr. Matthew Bujumbola, Group Lead, Special Tax Operations, Federal Inland Revenue Service. Professor A.U. Sanda, Professor of Economics, Usman Danfodio University, Sokoto. And Mohammed Aliu Momo, PhD, Aliu Momo and Co, Chartered Accountants. And the moderator is Honorable Justice Benedict B. Kanyip, President, National Industrial Court of Nigeria. Shall we make welcome to all of them, please? Thank you. Well, one of this, okay. Sorry, please, just consulting to get things properly put in place. Our keynote speaker today is former, when people have made their mark, you take your time so they don't make mistakes. Former executive chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, an innovator, a reformer, a trailblazer. She'll be talking to us on taxation and the challenges of external shocks, lessons and policy options for Nigeria. Mrs. Ifeko Omogui Okauru.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to stand on existing protocols, but I would like to especially acknowledge the Secretary of Government of the Federation, here represented, my dear sister, Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, and the Honorable Minister of State, our Royal Father of the Day, the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court, and the Executive Chairman, Federal Inland Revenue Service, and all of you here today. It's a pleasure to be here. I'd like to thank the Chairman, specifically, and the organizing team for the opportunity, not just as have been introduced, but also as chairman of the Nigerian Tax Research Network, to be here today to talk about what I call and what we all call at the Research Network a very exciting topic: taxation and the challenges of external shocks, lessons and policy options for Nigeria. In addressing this topic, I'd like to please note a caveat. And that is because of the nature of this topic, I'll be looking at taxation from a very systemic view. I'm not looking at taxation necessarily today, but I'm looking at taxation for our country, Nigeria, from its birthplace over 60 years ago. So as I talk about the issues to be raised and discussed, please do not see this as a critique of any administration or person. And I say this sincerely because to work in government, to drive taxation, is perhaps, like has been said, one of the toughest things to do. Every individual, every person, every contributor brings their own strength to the table. And it's important we also acknowledge that. Also that we have made progress over time. For us to stand and talk about the fact that our revenues today are significantly more non-oil revenues than oil revenues shows that that message that has been rammed into our heads for so many years is finally coming to root, that we cannot continue to depend on oil revenues. Now, that's not to say that all revenues should go away and that we need to not look at more ways of improving oil revenue. But as we're discussing shocks, the more we're less dependent on any particular source, the better for us as we grow the development of our dear country. So my focus for this presentation will be how we can significantly and massively grow our revenues for us not to look at taxation just from the perspective of the Federal Inland Revenue Service or from the perspective of the Honorable Minister of Finance, but from the perspective of all the stakeholders that have a role in ensuring that we grow revenue for the development of our country. And to look at this, therefore, as issues we really need to think about for a wholesale transformation, first of Nigeria. But then because we can't do that without revenue, a transformation of what I will call the ecosystem of taxation in our country. I have 1 hour to speak, so I hope I can keep you through the 1 hour. I'd like to also acknowledge quite profusely the fact that we're doing this symposium with the Usmanu Danfodio University, Sokoto. And I'd like to thank the Vice Chancellor and his team for really the idea of collaborating on this symposium, and brings to the fore the need for us to increasingly work together with academia to research on what will work for us. Interestingly, about a decade ago, while I was still at the Federal Inland Revenue Service, we had, as part of our strategy towards creating a culture of tax compliance, decided to partner with our tertiary institutions, and we agreed to endow professorial chairs, I can't remember now, maybe about 15 or thereabout, across the country on taxation. Because the transformation of a system actually begins at the cradle. And the educational sector is extremely critical to that process. Unfortunately, after I left, for different reasons known at the time, and like I said, all reasons always would come up, that whole process was suspended. In the light of our current realities as a country, necessary for the chairman and the Honorable Minister of Finance to look at this again. It may not be in the same way that was planned, but really at the end of the day is how do we deepen taxation in our tertiary institutions? How do we deepen taxation in our secondary school institutions? How do we deepen taxations in primary schools? This is so important because that way it reduces the amount of work you need to do in advocacy, in communication, in understanding, and even in recruiting. Because right from the very beginning, people have already set their eyes on a career in revenue administration. Now, we're talking about taxation and the challenges of shocks. And in a lot of the Goodwill messages, a lot of focus has been on the pandemic. And indeed, one of the reasons the Secretary to Government of the Federation is not here is a recent shock some of us have received, or actually all of us have received, of how there are some bans in Nigeria because of the Omicron variant of COVID, and this is a new normal that we are still grasping and grappling with on how to address. But shocks are not just about the pandemic. Shocks have been with us before now, and shocks will continue to be with us for as long as taxation remains relevant. I recall that over a decade ago, when the global financial crisis of 2008, some of us may have forgotten that, took hold and began to negatively impact economies globally, Nigeria found itself dealing with the effect of falling oil prices, amongst other external shocks. Prior to the crisis, oil prices fell from $150 per barrel to a low of $40 a barrel. That was a massive shock. With our dependence on oil revenues, this was a major shock to the economy. And actually part of the reasons why a lot of the focus about the transformation at that time was on reducing the dependence on oil revenue. At a lecture which was delivered at the National Conference of the Department of Finance, Economic and Financial Recovery, while this provides a broader perspective, it may be more relevant to our current situation if our deliberations are more focused on Nigeria. As we look at the shocks of the recent past, I could easily have given this quotation even now. And so one central message is that shocks will always happen. We just don't know the nature of it. It's unpredictable. But there's definitely a need to recognize that every single day we should prepare ourselves for possible shocks. And part of what I'll be talking about is how we can build a resilient system, and I'll define that will enable us as we proceed be better prepared. Now let me start with taxation and its importance. The role of taxation in its purest form is without question. It provides funding for the development of communities and the nation and enables development. Taxation is not cash. Sometimes people use those words interchangeably. Sometimes people tend to equate taxation as just going to an individual to collect cash. So we think taxation is just about collection. It's a lot more than that. In my words, in the most basic definition I can think of, taxation is a system used by governments the world over to garner revenue to drive its development. I'd like to also note that taxation is a specialized field, the way medicine is or other professions are. I recall meeting a very high-ranking member of government who said that the only reason he knew that taxation was a professional field was because his niece just got recruited to the Federal Inland Revenue Service and was telling him about what courses and programs, and he said, really, the truth is, he didn't know. So I'd like us to therefore not assume that people know it's a profession. It's a profession that requires years of study. It's a profession like all other professions that has a code of conduct. It's a profession like all other professions that requires not just competence, but the strength of character and integrity. Because once those start getting compromised, the reality is it affects the end result. The reason for this being a profession, I'll give you a little bit of it. One is the intricacies in this profession and methodologies in application. There are different forms and different situations and circumstances for which application is thought through before action is taken. And let me give you at least 9 views of taxation. We can look at taxation from the point of view of rates. And we all know recently there's been this issue about the increase in value-added tax and a potential increase in excise duties. And so we can look at that in terms of rates. We can look at it in terms of tax credits, where because you want to encourage a particular type of sector, so it's not just collecting, you're also giving. So looking at it from credits, looking at it from exemptions, waivers, levies, charges. We can also look at it from the perspective of the channel of application, whether it's direct or indirect. We can also look at it from the perspective of types of taxation, whether it's income tax or property tax or value-added tax or sales tax or excise duties. And sometimes there's this discussion, and let me talk about a very sensitive area that has been there for quite some time, but it is true. And that is the relationship, for example, between the Nigerian Customs Service and the Federal Inland Revenue Service. Arguably, Nigeria will be one of the few countries where the Federal Inland Revenue Service doesn't have complete responsibility for all revenues generated. Where you now decide that it's to enable centralization, to enable focus, to enable better integration, and where customs is positioned as trade facilitation. But again, that's a discussion for another day. You can look at taxation from the point of view of context. Are we discussing policy? Are we discussing legislation? Or are we discussing administration? Because sometimes we also confuse the three. And I must say that the current Minister of Finance has done an admirable job of coming up with a tax policy version 2 and also imbibing the need for every year annual reviews of tax legislation. Can we please give her a round of applause? And when we look at, for example, policy, legislation, administration, another thing of looking at taxation is the angle to which you look at these issues. So you could look at it from a point of view of economics. You could look at it from the point of view of law. You can look at it from the point of view of accounting. But some areas that we tend to not really focus on is the perspective of psychology, the perspective of politics, the politics of taxation. And sometimes, some brilliant ideas tend not to hold root because the politics of taxonomy has not been looked at and managing the effects of whatever we need to do. But also look at the perspective of business. Because sometimes in looking at taxation, we kill the goose that lays the golden egg. Because taxation is not just about rates, it's also about base. If you do not have people who are earning good income, you have no income. If you do not have businesses that are prospering, businesses that are growing, businesses that are crossing borders so that you can even earn dollar revenue, that affects what you generate. And also, taxation can be also looked at from the perspective of how you are organized, and I'll come to that later. You can look at taxation from the perspective of functions. Again, this is an area that we seldom really pay attention to. Intelligence, registration, assessment, audit, refunds every year if a taxpayer has paid more than they should. They should be refunded the taxes, not carried over year after year after year. There's also taxation from the point of view of investigation, but separating the concept of investigation from audit, because again, sometimes that gets confused. Audit in the parlance of taxation does not mean you've broken a law. it is tied to the concept of voluntary compliance. Because the whole idea of filing returns on a year-by-year basis is tied to the fact that you want taxation for people to understand that it's something they should do. They should file their own returns. And what that does, it reduces the cost of compliance. And at the same time, as you talk about filing returns, then you audit to check whether what has been filed is correct. And then you raise additional assessments. As distinct from investigations, which are fraud-related, suspicious transaction-related, again, all those are different. There's also taxation from the perspective of enforcement, taxpayer education and services, and even more so, feedback. Getting the feedback from taxpayers on a regular basis, so that way the system just continuously improves over and over again. There's also taxation from stakeholders' perspective. Federal government. And I specifically say federal government, not just Federal Inland Revenue Service. Because another issue is a lack of clarity around who, even at the federal government level, should be collecting revenues. Ideally, the authority for collecting federal revenues should be the Federal Inland Revenue Service. But again, laws are being passed, others are being given that responsibility, and even where you push, and I can see that in the newspapers, for the laws to be properly reflected, there are lobbies in the National Assembly to change that direction. I think it's important to have a dialogue on this issue of who collects. And I'm going through all this because when we talk about shocks, shocks will happen. It's like your house. You could wake up one day and something has crashed on your roof, completely unexpected. But your ability to respond to those shocks is going to be driven by how together you are in that house, how well you coordinate with each other, how well you collaborate with each other, how well you work together as one, as a team. Fundamental to any organization. The same thing for taxation. Stakeholders, also state governments, local governments, communities, private sector, non-governmental organizations, taxpayers, individuals, corporates, high net worth, middle income, low income, non-taxpayers, non-residents. Because these things, tax is a system. You touch one, it affects the rest. You may score high points in growing revenue at one point, but you could actually score low points in actually growing the tax base, because certain actions could actually make people not even want to do business here anymore. And so there's a need to always balance and look at all these things all together. You can also look at taxation from the perspective of positioning. How do you position taxation in Nigeria? In some countries, they position taxation as a tax holiday venue, destination. So you're not interested in even collecting any one dime for corporate taxation. Come invest. Come invest, bring your money. Ireland, for example, grew significantly because it had the positioning on taxation. And you find a lot of the global players moving in. And that also grew revenue. And again, in such an instance, this whole issue about who collects corporate income tax, who collects personal income tax, is still on the table in terms of the best and most effective way to do that. Sensitive issues have been there for a long time, but there are reasons that these remain issues on the table. You can look at taxation from the source of direct revenue. You can look at taxation as a source of building trust across and within stakeholder groups. In Scandinavian countries, where tax rates are probably one of the highest, the level of trust is very high. Because you can see a direct correlation between taxes paid and what they benefit from taxes. In such an instance, I recall at one presentation, examples were given of people who will even pay more than they're asked to. Sounds strange, doesn't it? But the reason is simple. They had nothing to do with their money. Education, free. Health, free. Roads, clean. Everything, clear. And so, as a mark of confidence and trust, they paid more. You can also look at taxation positioning as a source of competitive advantage between you and your neighboring countries. Some stories abound about how businesses relocate to other West African countries using the ECOWAS treaties and all that to come back into Nigeria. But guess what we lose? We lose the personal income tax, we lose the corporate income tax, and we lose other things as well. And then you can look at tax from a structure perspective and a framework perspective. Who provides the data? Who assesses? Who collects? Who enforces? Who spends? Who accounts? Sometimes this also, and the clearer, the more orderly it is, the better the outcome in terms of revenue. You can also look at taxation from the point of view of principles. And some well-established principles of taxation is that should have broad application, ease of compliance, fairness in application, low collection cost. Some governments have used, rather than build strong revenue administration institutions, outsource the collection of revenue to third parties at incredible cost, providing further incentive for institutions not to be built. Collection costs or administration cost is extremely important. And again, it's like a business that is there for profit. The less you spend and the more you have in savings for the rainy day, the better you are prepared to absorb shocks that are unexpected. So low cost is extremely important as we think about taxation and as we think about how we build that robust system that will enable us withstand shocks. Let me talk a little bit about shocks. And the purpose of today's presentation is on external shocks. But I've also thought that apart from external shocks, which are defined as events that are by and large unexpected and bring significant changes, widespread impacts on the economy, and in some cases internal is looked at it from the point of view of changes in real economic growth, inflation, and unemployment. But one thing that comes across both, whether it's internal or external, is that they're unpredictable and they're unexpected. Now, of course, some could argue that, again, when we say unpredictable, it's subject to further debate in an intellectual world. What do I mean? Some shocks are predictable. They may not happen 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, but they may happen much longer. So, for example, the current climate change we're dealing with, which has affected, a lot of things affected the weather, affected, agriculture, amongst others, some scientists will say they predicted this years back, but the knowledge came to the larger populace a lot later. But basically, it has widespread impact. Now, external shocks from the above definitions are simply shocks that, the way I've looked at it, that come from outside the domestic economic system. Things that we do not have control over, but outside of us. So, for example, COVID pandemic came from outside of us and didn't just affect Nigeria, affected the whole entire world. Another that I've talked about is the global financial crisis, came out outside of us and didn't just affect us, affected everyone. But contrast this with internal shocks. And I think it's important that even though the topic is on challenges of external shocks, the solution of lessons and policy options, to me, will be the same as to whether it's external shocks or internal shocks. And by internal shocks, let me talk a little bit about what I mean. And sometimes we don't perhaps address our mind to some of these internal shocks, but I consider them internal shocks that affect real economic growth and development. So what are some of these internal shocks? It is important to note that while empirical evidence have shown that external shocks can result in poor economic performance, you may find that some poor economic performance of low and middle income countries, and this is driven by research, can be blamed on internal shocks. And some of these internal shocks, some will argue, may be self-inflicted. Some of it, for example, think about it, the increased level of insecurity, the low level of skills due to the nature of and quality of the delivery of the educational curriculum. And let me talk a little bit about that, because that affects economic growth. And sometimes when we talk about educational curriculum, there's a tendency to feel that it's just about maths, English, entrepreneurship. No. It's about customizing our educational system to who we are, to our environment. A lot of us who grew up in towns, villages, are not even aware of the minerals that sit around us. I remember talking to a lady, a commissioner in one of the states, who says that valuable minerals are just there for the picking. And we play with it. They never knew it was valuable. It's not taught in schools. We don't know what we do. We don't know who we are. We don't appreciate who we are. And guess what? We cry out that there's unemployment. And in our faces are wealth opportunities. And if we started cultivating that at schools, perhaps we may have a lot more businesses. And then you combine it with entrepreneurship. So in talking about the educational curriculum, it's not just about entrepreneurship in a vacuum. It's also how well are we being educated about Nigeria, about who we are, about even our different ethnic groups, not in terms of the 3 major groups, but the over 300 ethnic groups that come about, and how we can understand each other better. Because in an environment where people feel that they are not included, in an environment where people feel that trust does not exist, it drives your mentality and your interest in investing. It drives your mentality in even wanting to stay in your country and grow the country to be the very best in the world. Because those things have not been told to us over time. Another area that you could say we have not addressed, that for me also drives real income growth, is the impact issues like gender-based harassment, assault, and violence have on the self-esteem and confidence of the victims, both men and women. And without self-confidence, no matter your knowledge, it impacts and limits what you can do. So these are some of the things we call self-inflicted in the sense that there's a need to look at these issues holistically and have clear priorities for them to help expand what I'll call the base that provides the foundation that ultimately the taxman will be coming to look at. So what are let me come back to the issue of external shocks, and I just felt, let me just touch about that. So back to the topic. How have external shocks impacted Nigeria's revenues? There's empirical evidence that support the impact of shocks on the Nigerian economy. Amongst others, oil price shocks, macroeconomic performance have been shaped by other external shocks like financial shocks. Growth has also been impacted by interest rate shocks, external debt shocks, fluctuations in the exchange rate is heavily influenced by some of these external and internal shocks. Again, this is research-based. And specifically, the economy shrunk with GDP contracting, and this is from a UNDP, Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, a KPMG report. Federal state purses grew lean since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. And in most cases, except those businesses that were ahead of the curve in the deployment of technology for their businesses, businesses and incomes were negatively impacted, resulting in decreased tax remittances to state coffers. And again, one must praise those in the revenue administration field that continue to work in spite of COVID, in spite of the pandemic, in spite of all the issues, just to at least sustain the commitments that were made to the budget. And I think you all, with the chairman as the lead, deserve a round of applause. In absence of shocks, revenues from crude oil sales accounted for about 10% of Nigeria's GDP, and this steadily decreased from Q1 2020 to Q4 2020, and the ratios are there. Tourism and the transportation sectors are arguably the worst hit. And I remember Transcorp Hilton here was like a ghost town. And, the things that they had to do to just keep going, waiting for that whole pandemic to be over. But what a Transcorp Hilton, for example, has shown, that even when there are bad times, even when it looks like things are bad, there's a drought, you can come back stronger. You can learn from what went on, and you can build systems that enable you even do better than you were doing before the shocks hit. To address some of the issues, tax breaks were granted to corporate organizations, and businesses allowed more time than legally allowed to file returns. Some of us are very happy about that. State revenues dropped heavily, and now it's becoming a lot more obvious that to sustain the next round of shock, because we're still going through one, we have to diversify our revenue base. For states, they can't be dependent on FAC allocation. For the chairman FRS, for FRS, they can't be dependent, even within the non-oil taxes. You can't be dependent on multinational revenues, because someday, something may happen and the multinationals leave. What do we do then? So we need to constantly look at ways of diversifying our portfolio. Like has been said, the tax to GDP ratio is perhaps one of the lowest at 6%. And that's been something that has been on the table, even though it's gone up to 9 and back. But it remains low. And that has always been an issue to address. The ease of paying taxes has declined. So coming back to how shocks have affected us, sometimes we shouldn't take some of these things as only because of shocks, but shocks have definitely accentuated the issues that we need to face. So in terms of a solution, my take is that shocks are a part of life. A more robust and resilient system that acts like a shock absorber is needed to address known and unknown current and future shocks. So what is resilience? When we say we'll build a resilient system, one definition is the ability to bounce back and withstand disruptions caused by shocks. And I love that definition. And perhaps let me add the ability to bounce back bigger, better, bolder. But another definition, I think I'm not too sure about. And that is one that defines the resilience as the ability to absorb disturbances, to reorganize, and retain the same basic structure and ways of functioning. Because that alone may suggest that you go back to business as usual. But I don't think that was the intent. So for me, resilience is about, yes, withstanding the shocks, the disruptions caused by shocks, but it's also about being better, learning from it, and having the following elements. It should be robust, it should be consistent, it should be sustainable, the Nigerian system should be durable, should be effective, should be cost effective, should be native to your circumstances, because the more you depend on others, the more vulnerable you are. The more you rely on what is native to you, who you are, what you do, what is around you, the more you can withstand external shocks. The system should also have room for innovation and for expansion. And to discuss this, I've looked at 3 different models outside of taxation that we can borrow from. And one is community resilience. When we talk about community resilience, what do we mean? It's a sustained ability of a community to use available resources to respond to, withstand, and recover from adverse situations. And this allows for the adaptation and growth of a community after disaster strikes. In fact, some will argue that Nigeria is a very resilient country. That in spite of all the ups and downs and things, we just somehow survive. And that's a strength. But it's not the resilience that I'm talking about. I'm talking about not just surviving as a country. I'm talking about climbing mountains as a country. I'm talking about each and every one of us emboldened better than you were before the shock. Not in a state of complaint, not in a state of pointing fingers, not in the state of why did the president not do that, or the president not do that, but each and every one of us empowered to drive these changes ourselves. And to do that is tough. But that is what makes nations. And that is what makes us succeed. And that is what will really drive massive revenue growth. Because then as you turn, instead of churches or mosques, you're seeing businesses every single place. You're seeing everyone emboldened. You're seeing in a room and a building, different businesses producing, not just consuming. That is a resilience we need to build as a country, because that is what will grow the tax base, and that will also grow the tax system. And in the community resilience model, it looks at 3 issues. One is learning. How do we learn from the past? Reflection. experimentation, communication, dissemination, monitoring and review. It looks at resources and capacities, natural resources, socio-political resources, financial, physical, human. It also looks at actions. What are the civil protection actions you want in your community? What are the social protection actions you want in your community? We need to look at resilience in this broader sense. Another framework is linking resilience with vulnerability. And resilience here and the ability to ensure that whilst recognizing you're vulnerable to those shocks, you're building resilience, focuses on about 6 different things. One is diversity of thought. So that way, the more ideas, the more experimentation you do, the more robust and resilient you are. The more limited you are in perspective, in viewpoints, the less resilient you are. It looks at institutions, building of institutions. Institutions like the Federal Inland Revenue Service. Institutions like the Ministry of Finance. You know, all institutions, the judiciary, you know, the Public Service Commission, building them to be robust and to be ready. Hiring the best, for example, because it's the best, and the best is relative. It's relative to situations, relative to circumstance, that will grow the economy in times of need. It looks at productivity, not just in terms of recruiting, for example, but what value does each individual person bring to the table? And it also looks at coping capacity and how do we build resilience. Another framework I looked at was that of climate resilience. So let me just close in terms of lessons for Nigeria and policy options. And I have here about 5 lessons. The first lesson is that over time, successive administrations have made attempts. There have been successes, and there have been not so good successes. But they've made strong attempts at reforming the tax system to grow revenues for development. Incrementally, there has been improvements, but there's still a long way to go to make Nigeria more resilient to external shocks and to radically transform the Nigeria of our dreams to be one where the quality of life for every citizen is equitable. The second lesson is that taxation or revenue mobilization or domestic resource mobilization, as we may call it, has a significant part to play in this regard. And the presence of current shocks and realities of continuing shocks makes it urgent that we take the development of a robust economy as an urgent requirement. Lesson number 3. A lot needs to be done, but we cannot afford to be overwhelmed. Sometimes in discussions, where do we start? Oh, I'm going to run away. Running away is not an option. But the reality is that across levels, across locations, that's a dinner table discussion. We can make those steps to rebuild hope, demonstrate that we're on the right path. Because I think that's what people are eager to see. And right path is contextual. For somebody who doesn't have a job, no matter what somebody else says about his own successes, that person feels that his own needs have not been taken care of. That's the difficulty about government. Whatever you do, it will not be enough. And it's always important to just recognize that, do your best, hand over the baton, and hope that the successive administrations will just keep building and building on it. But this is my suggestion, that we should use transformation of the Nigerian taxation ecosystem as a hallmark and as a pinpoint of massive Nigerian institutional change. And therefore, taxation should therefore not just be driven by the Honorable Minister, by the Chairman Federal Inland Revenue Service. Everyone, recognizing that the Federal Inland Revenue Service is the agency to drive revenue, must come together collectively to support that drive. And it's not just that drive at the federal level. It's also the drive at the state level. I've been privy to do some work at the state level, and they're struggling to integrate their systems with federal. And sometimes that pushes them to use outside parties at huge cost, completely unnecessary. If we can integrate our systems, a good tax system is one that is integrated, and where the services that are rendered, whether by federal or by state or by the local government, we're all speaking one voice. If we get to that point, believe me, the revenues we will drive will be massive. Lesson number 4. The tax system cannot grow in isolation of the larger Nigerian system. Whatever issues we find in society will be in the tax system. If we have people taking shortcuts because we believe that's the best way to succeed, you're going to find it in the tax system. If we find that, we don't want to read, we don't want to do research, we're going to find it in the tax system. If we find that we don't like planning, we don't like to collaborate, we don't like feedback, they're going to find it where? In the tax system. So the tax system, a focus on reforming or transforming just the tax system will always be short-lived. But it won't be short-lived if the Nigerian tax system transformation is the rallying cry of every single public officer. Every single private sector person seeing themselves as part of that process to drive change. And that system should have some of these ingredients. Imbibe the principles of planning, coordination, performance reviews, constructive feedback, not again in the context of just what we do at national planning, which is tied to our budget and so on. That will happen. But I'm talking about as habit, as what we do every day, and recognizing that in everybody's map, how have they supported federal revenue service to grow revenue should be part of the performance indicator. How have they supported each of the states where they are located to grow revenue? And perhaps, if you need certain things and you have been a hindrance to the growth of revenue, then it is withdrawn from you until you show that you can't just consume without contributing to the pie. So it is such coordination, such collaboration at the larger federal level and within states, at the state level with all local governments, MDAs, and so on, and then across state, federal, that will really build that system. Again, I'm talking a lot of work to be done. I'm talking things that will not happen in the next 4 years. But I'm talking what we should set our sights to and what we should start mapping that journey to be. It should also imbibe principles of real stakeholder engagement, with the word real. Because sometimes we do stakeholders engagement and then we omit certain parties who now not feel, not necessarily deliberately, it just doesn't occur to us. And so we need to map those stakeholders and consciously seek to ensure they're included in the map. We should have a real and resilient tax system that recognizes the need for professionalism, inclusion, and integrity in tax administration and address all gaps identified. We should have homegrown solutions that work for us, but also taking advantage of the huge number of Nigerians in the diaspora, willing to put heads together with all of us to move Nigeria forward. So more collaboration, more partnerships, more inclusion, not just for those within the borders, but those outside who see that they have a stake in making Nigeria a better place to be. It should include putting in place a nationwide tax administration structure that supports data integration, autonomous data gathering, unifying all the databases into one, and for me that actually should be our very first priority. Encouraging voluntary compliance and the full functions of a tax system to drive significant growth of revenue. So for example, put in place systems that even without the need for documentation, and I recognize and I applaud FRS for the Tax Pro Max that has helped in growing revenues. But we may also want to, while doing that, encourage people to just pay what they want to pay. If 40 million people, or let's say even 1,000 organizations, decide to say, you know what, okay, I've assessed myself, and I'm going to pay 200,000 naira. That's 200 million. You get 200 million in your pocket. And by pocket, I mean in TSA. As distinct from 1,000 people waiting for you to assess, waiting for you to announce about the new tax system, waiting for the auditors to come and not doing anything. Do both. Encourage everyone. Just pay. Put in place a technology that will just simplify it. A portal, this is my own assessment, and pay. You get the money. That doesn't stop you from doing the others, which will now drive risk-based audits, focusing on those where you want to pay attention. And then you now have your taxpayer services within your different offices, focusing on giving service to the taxpayers, helping them pay their tax, not helping them check their audited accounts, sending them to some audited accounts which may be fake or not fake or whatever. Not all that. Just service. I truly believe that if we did that and doing all at a go, we begin that whole realm of voluntary compliance, and then as you now get better, the levels they pay gets better, and over time, we get better. Lesson number 5 is to acknowledge ongoing approaches to responding to shocks to the tax system, review what is being done, and apply research-based lessons from elsewhere. Typically, the federal and state governments have traditionally responded to shocks by assessing the excess crude account. I understand the balances of that has reduced the ability to do that. External borrowings has helped. I know we've talked a lot about debt management, but believe me, without some of those borrowings, things will have been a lot worse than they are. But we also should acknowledge that things are changing. And the country needs to be, and we all, and when we say country, it's all of us, needs to be more strategic in its drive for sustainable domestic tax revenue. And this has actually led to some of the increasing tensions that we see, which I hope will be resolved as soon as possible. Since 2019, the government, through relevant agencies, took steps to manage revenue issues. I've talked about the Minister of Finance reverting to annual reviews of finance laws. That has helped. Introducing the company's income tax, significant income presence order to help tax the digital economy. That has helped. Promoting creation of e-filing platforms and the introduction of the Tax Pro Max. That has helped. Many states embarking on reviews of revenue mobilization drive. That has helped. CBN pursuing aggressive monetary stimulus. That has helped. Promoting, but there are other things that can still be done, some of which we've talked about, so I won't go through that. But others would include promoting the use of public goods, healthcare, public transportation, improving tax administration by strengthening the tax of wealthy taxpayers and high net worth individuals. And actually for that, seriously, consider re-looking at how personal income tax itself is being administered and the structures. And let's get real. Because the current way of administration, without a backed-up database, encourages taxpayers to shop for the best place to pay their personal income tax. So those are things we need, and those are structural issues. Improving property tax collection, environmental tax are areas to look at. Some have talked about taxing the informal economy. But the research done by ICTD, which is where the Tax Research Network is a part of, suggests that rather than broadly targeting the informal economy, and by the way, this is not an either or, it's an also, it's important that policies should focus on identifying and preventing large-scale economic transactions in cash. In spite of all the laws and so on, there's still a lot of cash. How do we address that? Because the more it is all done through electronically, then the more you get the data and the intelligence to tax. Policies around fake transactions in business accounts and policies around higher income individuals that currently escape the tax net. So these are just a few of the areas to think about, to recognize that taxation is not alone. Taxation is as important as Nigeria's economy growing and developing. And perhaps the one singular priority for any administration should be to ensure that everyone collectively is collaborating under one roof to build an improved taxation system that will drive the revenues in a massive manner that will grow the development of this country in a sustainable way. May God help us. Thank you.
We can still do better than that, please. Most times, when some persons speak, you get tired. But when others speak, just like Madam did, you want to hear more and more. Shall we give her a resounding round of applause again? Like one of the speakers said, oil revenue will end, other revenues will end, tax revenue remains sacrosanct. All we require is innovation, innovation, innovation. And that's why we are here today. My Lord, with due respect, sir, with the kind permission of the chairman, the Honourable Minister has a couple of activities. So we'll just brief for 5 minutes, launch the FR, Federal Revenue Center, Just 5-10 minutes, and we proceed with the discussions, please. Thank you very much. Shall we give the moderator a round of applause for permitting me? Okay, we are about to launch the Federal Inland Revenue Service Contact Center. This will be done, but before then, I'm told there's a 5-minute video clip. We run that. After we run that, we will most respectfully invite the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, the Honorable Minister of Finance, and our Royal Father here, Etsonupe. They will be up here to put calls across to tell you it's real time, it's real, it's digital. And the SGF will be speaking in English, the Honorable Minister will speak in Hausa, and our Royal Father will speak in Nupe. So can we have the video clip, please? Can we roll the video now? Audio.
When the Executive Chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS, Mohammed Nami, came on board in December 2019, he came with a desire to refashion the service into a customer-centric organization that caters to the needs of taxpayers and provides them with all the assistance they need in order to fulfill their tax obligations seamlessly.
We're in business to ensure that we make life easy for the taxpayer so he can pay the tax without stress.
To this end, a project was instituted to set up a contact center that will respond to inquiries and complaints in the shortest possible time. The contact center had to be robust enough to handle inquiries through the various channels made available by today's digitized world.
When we are able to quickly and efficiently respond to our taxpayer inquiries, that means there will be a spike in our compliance rate, and what that automatically translates to is an increase in our collection.
In the past, the service had a help desk which served as a port of call for inquiries. However, it had its limitations, and management wanted a modern, innovative contact center that could be accessed easily from multiple platforms such as telephone calls, SMS, social media, and the FIRS website.
With the contact center in place, you don't have to come to the office. At the convenience of your offices or at home, you can reach us through the telephone lines we have, through text messages, emails, or any of the social media handles.
Among other things, the FIRS Contact Center has a reporting platform providing executive summaries, frequently asked questions, and historical reports.
Please, where is the phone from?
Agents of the center can also respond to inquiries or complaints in 7 languages, namely Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, English, Pidgin English, French, and Arabic. And more language capabilities will soon come online. Other capabilities of the contact center include easy access to contact details of subject matter experts who are specialists in their various fields, state coordinators, and management staff by agents. The center can also handle mass mailing to taxpayers, and agents can easily route inquiries or complaints to subject matter experts, relevant departments, units, or tax offices capable of resolving taxpayers' complaints or inquiries.
The contact center also has the capability to route calls. So what that means is it can route calls depending on the agent that is free. It will route the calls. And then the contact center has the ability for conference call as well.
To ensure that the contact center agents function optimally, the supervisor and Servicom department can record and also listen in and hear conversations in real time. The executive chairman and top management have a dashboard which enables them to view the performance level of agents and subject matter experts.
For some of you that will work here, there will be need for you to be courteous. You should be patient with taxpayers because you are our representatives. The image you portray of us, the taxpayers will get from you. So please attend to issues in a manner that the taxpayer will give a positive account of who we have at FIRS.
Indeed, the FIRS Contact Center encapsulates the word service in the organization's name. It is geared towards serving taxpayers with regards to their inquiries and complaints within the shortest possible time. Hopefully, this will in turn engender more tax compliance that will ultimately lead to making taxation the pilot of national development.
This speaks volumes and encapsulates what has been said here. Service delivery, innovation, innovation, innovation. Shall we give that a round of applause, please? And to make it real, it is not magic, it is not scam. May I most respectfully invite up here the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, here represented by the Permanent Secretary in charge of political affairs, the Honorable Minister of Finance, and our Royal Father Etsunupe. They'll be here. The card is here. The number is here. Just to put a call across, and like I said, the SGF will speak in English, the Minister in Hausa, and Etsunupe in Nupe. I think, yeah, so that's the number.
Yeah, I'll use my call.
Yes,
my phone.
yes. Thank you, ma'am.
I need to say before we do this test.
Okay.
Yeah?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Let me start.
Go ahead.
Okay, let Madam start.
You can use the other way. Send it. You can use the other way. Come on. Just take it.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me recognize, first of all, my brother, the Honorable Minister of State, Budget and National Planning, and the Chairman FIRS, and all of the distinguished persons that are here, but also special recognition to our Royal Father, the Etsunupe. This FIRS call center that we're about to commission is a one-stop shop that will provide robust services to taxpayers and other stakeholders in getting appropriate information and meeting their tax obligations seamlessly. Some of the benefits of the tax center includes the improved efficiency in taxpayer service to enhance voluntary compliance, just as has been so eloquently espoused by our sister who just spoke as a keynote speaker. Increased taxpayer satisfaction through the prompt attention response to taxpayers' inquiries and complaints, but also harmonization of all current applications that exist currently in silos for better service delivery for the citizens. Also, this tax center will improve the image of the FIRS by providing answers to taxpayers consistently using a consolidated knowledge base. The collection of data that is mined from several sources to assist the management in strategic planning and execution of the programs based on data collection from customer interaction and agent field activity is the base for this center. The contact center that we're about to commission today is a sophisticated center with the latest equipment and gadgets that will be compared to the best centers in the world. It will also provide a better experience to our taxpayers and other critical stakeholders. This center will also ease the bottlenecks taxpayers encounter in meeting their tax obligations.
It will help to improve voluntary compliance and also ultimately increase taxpayers' revenue, to increase tax revenue for developmental purposes for our country. On this note, it's my honor and privilege to commission this ultra-modern call center for use by all Nigerians to the glory of Allah and for the development of our dear country. And as has been directed by the MC, we now are going to have the first-hand experience of this taxpayer, the tax center. How do we proceed? Okay. This mic?
Where's the card? I left the card here. Okay, this is the number. That's the number there. 246.
So we're calling now the contact center number at 09-460-2700.
Thank you for calling the Federal Inland Revenue Service Contact Center. The call may be recorded for quality assurance purposes. To help us get you, please choose from the following. To continue in English, press 1. For other languages, press 2. Domin magana da Hausa, danna ɗaya. Ke ba su ba a sauri. Maraba da kiran layi da fara suna na Umar Ahmed. Da wa nake magana daga ina kake kira?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Maraba da suna na Umar Ahmed. Da wa nake magana kuma daga ina kira? Wanda taimako zan yi ba?
Sunana Hajiya Zainab Ahmed, ina waya daga Abuja. Taimakon da nake so shine a mun bayanin yadda zan biya haraji na, don na ga kyakkyawan ayyukan da gwamnatin tarayya suke yi. Ina so in san yaya za a yi in biya haraji. Ina da TIN number. To, namba na shine 216.
Da wannan namba ne kamfani da kike da shi ko kuma business registration ko kuma a matsayin ke kaɗai ce irin individual da kike business ko kuma mazauniya a Abuja ko a wani gari da ke Nigeria.
Ni a zaune nake a gida, ina Abuja, amma ina da gida guda 2 da nake ansan haya, kuma ina da yara guda 4.
Ko haji, ya ke amfani da wannan namba shirin biyan harajin ne. Ki je ɗaya daga cikin ofisoshin da ke kusa da gidanki. Za su ba ki takardu ki yi rajista wanda za a ba ki damar ki amfani da manhajar da ke kan intanet don ki dinga shigar da takardun harajin ki daga gidanki ko kuma daga inda duk inda ke ci. Wato manhajar mu ita ce tax front da ita ce za ki dinga shigar da takardun harajin ki kuma ki dinga biyan harajin ki ba tare da wahala ba.
To na gode Malam Bello, amma ni ina zaune a garin Fane, wani ofis ne ya fi kusa da gidana?
Muna da ofis da yake Utako, kuma muna da ofis da yake a Utako yana nan opposite ABC Transport.
To na san nan wuraren, zan je wannan ofis din insha Allah. Na gode. Na gode. To assalamu alaikum.
Ask for your TIN number. Ask for your TIN number.
Thank you, Madam Honorable Minister. The SGF has asked me to say once more, congratulate the FRS for the contact center going live. We have seen a practical demonstration in Hausa. This is to show that tax administration is not just about collecting taxes, but it's about the Tax Administrative Institute continually creating improvements to make it easier for the taxpayer to understand why he should pay his tax and how he can make things easier for him to pay those taxes. So I'm going to I've been directed by the chairman to make a call in English on behalf of the SGF, which I am going to do now.
Thank you for calling the Federal Inland Revenue Service Contact Center. Please note that the call may be recorded for quality assurance purposes. To help us get you through to the right person, please choose from the following options. To continue in English, press 1. Other languages? Thank you for calling FRS Contact Center. Good afternoon. My name is Nimana Mohammed. Who's on the line, please?
Thank you.
For the team validation. So, yes.
Call center,
FRS Contact Center. Good afternoon. My name is Nimana Mohammed. Who's on the line, please?
Thank you, Mohammed. My name is Andrew Adejo. Did you hear me?
Hello?
Hello, I can hear you.
Sorry, the network is breaking. Can you hear me? Who's on the line, please?
Yes, I can hear you, Mohammed. My name is Andrew Adejo. Can you hear me now? Hello, I can hear you, Mohammed. Can you hear me now? Hello? Okay, let me take it off speaker. Hello, Mohammed, I can hear you. Can you hear me now? Hello? Thank you, Ladi. My name is Andrew Adejo. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you. How may I help you, sir?
Okay, thank you. I'm a civil servant and I need a tax clearance certificate to do something. I don't know how I can get it since my taxes are originally deducted from source.
All right, sir. May I know where you're coming from, sir?
Sorry?
May I know where you're calling from?
Yeah, I'm calling from Abuja.
From Abuja?
Yes, madam.
All right, sir. In order to get your tax clearance certificate, sir, you need to be able to visit any of our FRS tax offices around you.
Okay, thank you. There's a tax office near my office in Utako, I think. I will go there then.
Yes, there is, sir.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you for coming.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is an addition here by the chairman. After Etsunupe, we also have His Royal Majesty Obafemi Emmanuel Ojo. Incidentally, he's a former staff of Federal Inland Revenue Service. He's the electorate of Kota Ekiti State. He will do the call to and speak in Yoruba.
Distinguished Ambassador guests, the Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, we are happy to be here to witness a very major milestone in this organization of the Federal Inland Revenue Services in order to improve our tax collection and the utilization of tax collected. So pray Almighty Allah to continue to guide this organization, and we also pray Almighty Allah to continue to give us peace and security in this country. Thank you and God bless you. Now, I would like to communicate to my people in my own language so they're able to understand the significance and civil responsibility for every individual, especially Nepe-speaking individual, to know that this is a way forward to ensure individuals pay their taxes. Thank you. Yeah? I'm speaking in Nepe. Which one do I press? Which one do I press?
Two is two.
Two, okay. Now I press two.
Come on, use that. Maybe this one has got into it. Or the guy I think he wants to use this one. Yes, better.
Just connect to that.
Thank you for calling the Federation Revenue Service Contact Center. Please note that the call may be recorded for quality assurance purposes. To help us get you through to the right person, let's choose from the following options. To continue in English, press 1. For other languages, press 2.
Other languages.
No, you transfer. Hello?
Hello, good afternoon. Federal Contact Center. My name is Yvonne. Please, may I know your name and where you're calling us from?
His Royal Highness want to speak with you in the native language, Lupe.
Well, sir, while I can transfer the call to the agent that can speak in Lupe language, sir.
Please give it to Memuna. Transfer the call to Memuna who can speak Lupe, please.
Yeah. Kiwana. Memona kiwana. Memona kiwana. What about lafiya? Yeah, me waga me kenwo bani me ya tun enu. Me enu madina nkwaji made ni chi me achi won so me waga me peke me aishi la ewodu ebe takada ya ewodu na me adina ba o ki me aishi diona. Kiso? Me adiani me andu odiani. Company ang pio. To mila lea mama me auza. To okay. To kila. To number nini guba guta guni gutsun tsai. Inshallah. Very cool. To maga big me I do skumba me ada ya do bona bida bo mission.
Office na get naija bona ni
To me no bono ko.
Ni na address the office which is
To aja address la mi.
Ama ga nyao para chuba na o ga o ama na get ko chuba di
Na yeme no chuba ya mi ga na de me na bi kwa zo ga le lori. Ah nyeme na me alo. To ki address o. To inshallah. Da gawa ma. She's looking for the address in Mina to give me so that it will take 1 minute to give me to look for the address, actual address in Mina. I told her that I'm living in Bida, and she asked me to either I prefer Bida in Mina or Ilori. And to me, Mina is closer to Bida than Ilori. So she's searching for address in Mina. Wala lea nana. Wale aniko. Mashallah. Wale yani? No, make me na wasosai. To. To. Oh, inshallah. So you were selling Gawama. So quite a bit. Thank you. You're good. You're nice.
Just retire.
Where's the number? Where's the number?
Let's choose from the following options. To continue in English, press 1. For other languages, press 2. Remember, then I get Hausa, then I get. Yeah, but the boss on you need to buy it. Sorry,
okay. Hello. Emma Casson. Èmi ni ọba Emmanuel Fagbemi, mo dẹ̀ ń pè láti Utako. Mo ṣe gbé ilé iṣẹ́ mi dìde
mo fẹ́ di pé mo lórúkọ sí Inland Revenue kí lè máa sọ ẹ̀tọ́ mi síjọba.
Ilé-iṣẹ́ náà ṣé ti ní kúkúrú ni àbí ti tí ó tóbi?
Ní kúkúrú ni ọ.
Tó bá ti jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni a ní ẹjọ́ ẹni ẹ̀ pè ní Abuja. Ó dà sá àwọn láti fún ní àdírẹ́sì àwọn tí a ń pè ní State Internal Revenue. Bí ó ṣe jẹ́ pé Abuja ni ẹ ti pè wá, SCT IRS ni ẹ máa lọ.
Ok, ẹ ṣé o. Níbo la àdírẹ́sì wọn lọ́hùn? Níbo ni àjúwe?
Ẹ jọ sá ẹ jẹ́ kí ẹ fún mi ní ìṣẹ́jú díẹ̀ kí n fi wá àdírẹ́sì wọn síta.
Kò burú.
Ẹ ṣé sá. Ẹ ń gbọ́ mi sá.
Mo ń gbọ́ ẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn.
Àdírẹ́sì wọn wà ní number 3 Abuja Close off Yola Street, Gariki, Abuja.
Okay. Ẹ ṣé o, mo dúpẹ́. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We also have Mr. Njoku, who he will do his own call in Igbo language.
Yeah.
To help us get you to the right person, just choose from the following options. To continue in English, press 1. For other languages, press 2.
Ndewo, no ahenkuwe. When they were Avam Robin Njoko, Anam na Abuja na Akbo, Eloto no de. Because Trump ka iche kirem number tinem kamata 11 geko personal income tax. Achọrọ m ịkwụ personal income tax. Ele office m ga kwụọ personal income tax. Or na FIRS or na another office. Ndewo.
Personal income tax. Personal income tax. SCT IRS. Personal income tax.
Okay, ndewo. Enweke mara m adụdụ ebe m ga-enweta ya n'ime Abuja ịma saịdị ọnọ. Ngwa ndewo email nụ jisi n'ike. Yeah. Yeah. Everything excellent.
Thank you very much. We can do better than that. That was real time. It was not pre-arranged. As you see, it is real time. It's happening live as it is. So thank you so much. I think at this juncture, I can release you more. Your Royal Highness. Okay, photograph. Let's have a photograph, please. Let's have a group photograph to represent the trailblazing call. Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you.
How's that going? They won't hear us.
Shall we please give them a round of applause once again? Thank you. And also, we should please appreciate our panelists and moderator, Honorable Justice Benedict Kenya, for having all the patience to wait. Shall we give him a round of applause, please? And at this point, I will now formally hand over to him to moderate the next session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, MC. May I stand on the existing courtesies? I know in Nigeria we are accustomed to existing protocols. Somehow the Englishman said that word is not there. Thank you very much. And for the next 1.5 hours, first 1 hour for the discussion, and then 30 minutes for question and answers. We will be x-raying in greater details what we heard in the keynote address. When I was being taught tax law by Professor Ayua, the impression was given that taxation was not a viable profession for lawyers. And in any event, the question was whether, as a lawyer, what do you do with calculations? Incidentally, for the 1 year we read tax law as an optional course, we didn't see calculation. We only talked law, law, law. Much later, it dawned on me, and I think aspects of that were actually said in the keynote address, that you could look at tax from a policy angle, you could look at tax from a calculation angle, you could look at tax from a law perspective. But in the keynote address, there's something.
This is the network service of the NTA. We'll be joining our outside broadcast crew for another live broadcast.
Our students are not taught to question the question.
Of the Senate President that we just recite the second verse of the national anthem that will serve as our opening prayer. And I read as follows. O God of creation, direct our noble cause, guide our leaders right, help our youth the truth to know, in love and honesty to grow, and living just and true, great lofty heights attain, to build a nation where peace and justice reign. Can I hear a loud amen? Thank you very much. You may be seated. I'd like to call Dr. Mukhtar to sit beside the SGF, please. Where is he, please, sir? We are going to still invite a couple of people here. I am aware that Senator Olori Egbe is here and is the House Chair. Can Senator Olori Egbe please join us here? Senate Chair. Is the House Chair here too? Yes, there's an extra chair. And there's another one there. No. The House Chair, Dr. Sununu, please, could you do us the honors, please? Thank you very much. You're welcome, sir. Please, could you give him a chair? No, we do. Give him that one. The last but one person, the last person we will invite to the high table is our royal father, could you put the chair to that end, please? Our royal father, the Emir of Shonga, Dr. Aliru Yahaya. You're welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. We would have to be a bit conservative with our timing and protocol, so I'd like to establish the existing protocols and sort of welcome us with a protocol before I officially call Dr. Mukhtar Mohammed, the technical head of the PSC. So the distinguished Senate President, Senator Ahmed Lawan, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Mr. Boss Mustafa, the Honorable Minister for Health, Dr. Osage Ehanire, the Minister of State, he's not yet here, but he'll join us, Leke Mamura, the Technical Head of the Presidential Task Force, Dr. Mukhtar Mahmood, also the Program Committee Chair for putting this pleasant event together, Dr. Amin Magashi, members of Governors Forum here present, Their Excellencies, our Royal Father, Dr. Yahaya, development partners here present, we have a host of them, members of the organized private sector, including our sponsors. We have Sterling, we have GET, we have the World Bank. Well, those are our sponsors, and a host of others. The different health commissioners from the 36 states of the Federation, you're most welcome. I'd like to also recognize, especially, Senator Chukwuka Otazi, the chairman of the Senate Committee on Primary Health and Infectious Diseases. I'd like to recognize the speakers. and of course, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and most especially members of the fourth estate of the realm, the press. Thank you very much. You are most welcome. Can we once again give ourselves a round of applause for being here early and on time, and also it's an opportunity to warm up in this cold. Without wasting much time, I'd like to invite the technical head of the Presidential Steering Committee on COVID-19 to give us a welcome address. He is none other than Dr. Mukhtar Mohammed. You're welcome, sir. A round of applause for him, please.
Thank you very much for the warm introduction. Distinguished President of the Senate, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Ahmed Ibrahim Lawal, the Chairman also of the National Assembly, distinguished senators here present, distinguished Senator Olirebe, and distinguished Senator Utazi, and all other senators that are here. Honorable members of the House of Representatives, honorable ministers that are here present, honorable commissioners of health, our distinguished royal father, Dr. Halluru Yahaya, members of the diplomatic corps, particularly the U.S. ambassador here present, representatives of the CSOs, delegates from research institutions, academia, and the private sector. Ladies and gentlemen, my job is to welcome everyone to this very important gathering. And it really gives me a great pleasure that this event is happening today. It is reminiscent of what happened in the year 2000 when Nigeria held a conference like this to discuss HIV, TB, and malaria. Subsequent meetings after that gave rise to what is now called the Global Fund, which the entire world is benefiting from. So it started in Abuja here, and I have a feeling that this meeting is also going to start something big. I want to specifically welcome our special guest of honor, the President of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, distinguished Senator Ahmed Ibrahim Lawal. Despite the short notice we provided to distinguished Senator, he was able to make it, to accept, to be the special guest of honor and to honor our invitation. We thank you very much, distinguished Senate President. I'm not surprised because having worked with you, I know that you prioritize matters. You know matters of national importance. And you have identified with this as an important priority to commence your week. Thank you very much, distinguished Senator. You were one of the leaders who first made a voice when COVID-19 was pronounced in the world. You were worried that you called to hear the brief from the Honorable Minister of Health and the DG NCDC then, and also initiated your committees to go out to determine the level of preparedness in this country. We appreciate your sense of urgency in important national issues and also your dedication to accomplishing national objectives. I also welcome all members of the PSC, particularly my indefatigable chairman, who ever since I started working with him, he has redefined my working hours. I used to go home maybe 8 or 9 in the evening. But now I know that I cannot close before 12 midnight. My chairman has been very dedicated to the cause. I don't have to the cause of COVID-19. He has engaged the entire nation. He has maintained the highest level of consistency, and he has maintained discipline in terms of the meetings of the PSC. Mr. Chairman, thank you, and you are welcome to this occasion. I welcome all the honorable ministers that are here today. Your dedication for the last, I will say, 2 years since the start of this pandemic and since the inauguration of the Presidential Steering Committee or Presidential Task Force has been unmatched. I welcome you to this very important summit, which is the first of its kind. I welcome His Royal Highness, Dr. Halliru Yahaya. Our Royal Father is not new in the field of public health. Our Royal Father is a distinguished professor of medicine himself. He has been around chairing many boards and participating in many public health fora in the country over the last 20 years. He has shown commitment by arriving for this summit before anyone else. He was with us since Friday. He participated fully in the 2 pre-summit sessions that we held on Saturday and Sunday, and he has shown deep commitment and leadership on what next we need to do regarding COVID-19. Your Royal Highness, you are most welcome. It's my pleasure to welcome you. I welcome the field workers, the faces of COVID-19 in your states, our indefatigable commissioners of health. You have borne the brunt of COVID-19 in terms of the response, mitigation, policy, and coordination. You've all distinguished yourselves in your states by the efforts that you have made, and you've all found it necessary to attend this summit so that together with you, we can plan what will be the future of ending the pandemic in Nigeria. I welcome erudite scholars, researchers of eminence, people who are known globally in their various fields of endeavor. Permit me to single out Professor Oyewole Tomory for finding time to also grace this occasion and to lead some of the sessions. Permit me also to welcome Professor Abdusalami Nasidi, who is also a foremost virologist and the first Director General of Nigeria Centers for Disease Control. Here, we also have a collection of Director Generals of our research institutions, the NCDC, NIMA, National Institute for Medical Research, National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research, NAFDAC, and many other Director Generals that are here. I welcome you. You've always played your part, and it is my pleasure that you are here to discuss, unanimously with everyone, including the states, to find a way forward. I welcome the private sector. The private sector has been an important pillar for economic growth, but for COVID-19, we've seen the significant role that the private sector played, particularly when the resources of government were not available. We know that government alone cannot continue to bear all responsibility. It is an engagement with private sector, developing initiatives, finding common goals, and reaching them together that will help us attain not only our health and development goals, but also enrich our economy and nation building. I wish to welcome all delegates to this COVID-19 summit. It's been 2 years since this pandemic started, and we have made frantic efforts with our partners to curtail this pandemic. as part of the process of containing the pandemic is this summit to bring stronger response moving forward. I believe that this summit will come up with consensus, recommendations, deliberations, and solutions that will help us in strengthening global health security, thus pushing through the last mile to end the pandemic and build back resilient and better health systems for Nigeria. Thank you. You're all welcome.
Mohammed. Ladies and gentlemen, maybe you may not fully appreciate the kind of efforts that Dr. Mahmood has put into this place. I am aware that up till Dr. Mokhtar Mohammed, I'm aware that he was up till very late last night coordinating a number of these activities. Another round of applause for him, please. Thank you very much, sir. A lot of work has been done at the background. Senate President, there are three people that we just want to particularly recognize amongst our sponsors. These have been significant sponsors. The first of the people I will announce is the DG of WAHU, that's the West African Health Organization, Professor Stanley Okoli. Could you please stand up for recognition, please? Thank you very much, sir. I would also like to recognize the World Health Organization country rep, Dr. Walter Mulumbo. Thank you very much for your support and sponsorship. Of course, by no means the least, the managing director of Sterling Bank, a bank that has significantly been working at the heart of supporting the health systems, particularly during this time. Sir, could you please stand up for recognition? Extremely a humble man. And I tell you a secret, sir. While we were still preparing and having preliminary sessions, he was being drawn from one committee and one session to another, simply because of apart from his enthusiasm, he has quite a bit to offer in terms of looking forward to our private sector, public sector construct, in terms of a future framework. As we had said, our response to COVID was more spontaneous than planned because COVID itself did not come announced. And so in looking at sustainability of addressing these kind of things in the future, whereby we will have the full complement of partnership between private sector, the public sector, and civil society, this kind of meeting and his contributions were extremely valued. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, if you go to your program, we have a documentary to show. And it's a documentary, I suppose, well, I didn't have a sneak preview, but it will probably give us Nigeria's response. Now, if you put the screen behind the high table, how do we? Okay, it will show. So, can we start?
Resource mobilization, stakeholder coordination, risk communications and mobilization. Abuja is led by 15 representatives. The task force fundamentally covering routine response to 11 pillars: case management, epidemiology and surveillance, laboratory, infection prevention and control, monitoring, risk communication and community engagement, resource mobilization, security, logistics and research, state coordination and government relations, sustainable production, scaling the response. With a data-driven approach, the PTO mitigated the COVID-19 pandemic by implementing an easily national lockdown, monitoring main cases, developing safety and testing protocols, sensitizing and mobilizing the public, deployment of aid and agents, strengthening Nigeria's healthcare system. With these measures, the task force successfully reopened businesses, the Nigerian Governance Forum created state and local government alignment. Coalition Against COVID-19, AFID, procured and delivered over 11 million relief items. The United Nations system provided financial and technical support. Over 60 media partners facilitated risk communication and public awareness in 12 languages across print and digital platforms. The task force has transitioned its activities to federal and state governments to ensure response is sustained. Its partnerships and public approach have helped foster a sustainable national COVID-19 response, scaling the response, saving lives, and transitioning to recovery.
The whole instruments of government are now mobilized to confront what has now become both a health emergency and an economic crisis.
Upon the expiration of the mandate of the PTF in March 2021, President Buhari approved the transition of the PTF to the Presidential Steering Committee, PSC, under the chairmanship of Mr. Boss Mustafa and Dr. Mutar Mohammed, who served as the technical head of the PSC. The PSC is operating a modified mandate to reflect the non-emergent status of the COVID-19 pandemic and has also coordinated the process of planning and strategy for accessing, delivery, and administration of COVID-19 vaccines in Nigeria. The PSC is also coordinating surveillance at the points of entry, POE, and quarantine measures being led by the Port Health Service of the Federal Ministry of Health, which has significantly reduced the importation of COVID-19 variants of concern, VOC, into Nigeria. The PSC is leveraging on the structures of the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency across the country for the administration of the vaccines. With the advent of the PSC, the ministries, departments, and agencies involved in the fight against COVID-19 are currently implementing various programs to curtail the spread of COVID-19, generate demand for vaccines, address vaccine hesitancy, risk communication, among others. The PSC is also engaging with state governments to encourage them to assume full ownership of the fight against COVID-19, especially in the deployment of resources, manpower, as well as legal instruments to conceal the spread of COVID and also generate demand for vaccination in their jurisdictions. In February 2021, Nigeria took delivery of about 4 million doses of the AstraZeneca vaccines, which marks the first major delivery of vaccines in Nigeria in such a large number. Prior to the arrival of the vaccines, the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency and its partners had trained health workers who were to administer the vaccines. The first batch of the vaccines targeted specific groups of frontline health workers, the elderly, airport workers, security agents, among other priority groups. In order to encourage Nigerians to access the COVID-19 vaccines, the nation's political leadership, including members of the defunct Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, were vaccinated on live television. The PSC and the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency are currently involved in mass mobilization to generate demand for the vaccine and also address vaccine hesitancy through risk communication.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We could see that from there, that is Nigeria's response. And we have a number of people to thank for that. First of all, we need to thank the chairman of the Presidential Steering Committee, the secretary of the government of the Federation, for providing the kind of leadership. You will notice that the response was first identified and then scaled up. And it was done through an effective network of cascading information, cascading resources, and putting things together. Thank you very much, sir, for that leadership Could we have a round of applause for the SGF, please? And of course, very much by the side of the SGF in all this process is the technical head of the Presidential Steering Committee, Dr. Mukhtar Mohammed, the technical head. A round of applause for him too. So from the PTR, which is the PTF, which was temporarily scaled into the PSC, it went through. Now, all this has come under the watch and under the Ministry of Health. I call him my tio. He calls me my boy, and only the initiated will know, the Honorable Minister for Health, Osage Ehaniri. Thank you very much, sir. You're welcome again, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now go into the opening remark by none other than the chairman of the Presidential Steering Committee on COVID, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Mr. Boss Mustafa. A round of applause for him. Thank you very much, sir. This is for live stream.
Your Excellency, the President of the Senate, distinguished Senator Dr. Ahmed Ibrahim Lawan, who is Chairman of the National Assembly, distinguished Senators Ibrahim and Senator Otazi, the Right Honorable Dr. Sonono, Chairman of the House Committee on Health, Honorable Minister of Health, and other honorable ministers who are members of the Presidential Steering Committee, Your Excellency, the Ambassador of the United States and other members of the diplomatic corps, and our development partners. The chair and members of the Health Commissioners Forum, heads of departments and agencies, Your Royal Highness, the Emir of Shango, chairmen and speakers of the different sessions, and other delegates to this summit. The head of the technical session or secretariat of the PSC, and your staff, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen of the press. Before I read my remarks, let me be open with my commendation of the leadership of the National Assembly, starting from the President of the Senate to the Speaker of the House of Representatives, with the chairmen of the various committees that have 1.5 years on the management of COVID-19 and its attendant health and economic challenges. Mr. President of the Senate, let me say very clear and categorical that the National Assembly has been our most resourceful and effective partner in this fight. You've provided all the resources we asked for. You've released your men to attend invariably all functions of the Presidential Task Force before we transited to be in the Presidential Steering Committee.
And I take this opportunity to truly thank the two chairmen of the committee, Senators Ibrahim and Otazi, and Chairman Dr. Sanunu and Dr. Michelia, who have worked tirelessly, engaging us and providing the effective oversight, without which the national response crafted by Nigeria would not have recorded the kind of success we've recorded. And to say, I'm delighted to welcome you all to the National COVID-19 Summit, aimed at bringing all stakeholders together to discuss the theme, pushing through the last mile to end the pandemic and build back better. This will create the opportunity to identify successes, gaps, and lessons learned so far in our national response to COVID-19 from March 2020 till date, in the bid to develop strategies to actualize the international commitments towards ending COVID-19 before the end of the year 2022. You will recall that Mr. President approved the setting up of the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, PTF, to lead the national response in March 2020. This has led the execution of interventions geared towards achieving epidemic control of COVID-19 in Nigeria and improving our health system, infrastructure, and manpower to enable us conveniently confront any future outbreak, and also build our potentials for medical tourism. In December 2020, the President authorized the transition of the PTF to a Presidential Steering Committee on COVID-19, PSC. Nigeria's COVID-19 response has been driven by science, data, and experience till date. The national response has been driven by a multi-sectoral process which facilitated expansive and in-depth consideration of issues as well as speedy decision-making. The process enjoyed the overwhelming support of the partners from the private sector and the international community. Through these partners, Nigeria was able to put in place critical infrastructure nationwide, procure scarce medical equipment, test kits, and personal protective materials. Today, we are here to assess the level of impact of our national response and develop strategies as we push through the last mile to end the pandemic while we build back better. There is no gainsay that the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic in Nigeria, which was triggered when the index case was confirmed on the 27th of February 2020, precipitated significant disruptions to the healthcare system and socio-economic lives of Nigerians. Due to the evolving dynamics of COVID-19 pandemic, with progressive mutations of the virus to more transmissible and deadly variants, the international community has corroborated the insinuation that the pandemic will persist for a few more years. This understanding has impelled world leaders recently to come to a conclusion that if efforts are not renewed and aggressive measures are not taken, COVID-19 pandemic will continue to ravage humanity well long than earlier envisaged. Hence the need to adopt an ambitious but cautious agenda to end COVID-19 pandemic by the year 2022. Consequently, this summit is a follow-up towards Nigeria's commitment to the ambitious global agenda stop movement to end the COVID-19 pandemic by the year 2022, and building back better. Global efforts at ending COVID-19 pandemic are intrinsically linked to the call for nations of the world to take steps towards strengthening their health system and biosecurity, which will make for a better pandemic preparedness and ability to respond more robustly and swiftly to future pandemics. Your Excellencies, Royal Fathers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are now in the era of vaccines and non-pharmaceutical intervention measures. We need to encourage all eligible persons to get vaccinated and to keep observing the washing of hands, wearing of face masks, keep physical distance, and avoid crowded areas. Nigeria has invested in enough vaccines that can cover over 70% of our population before the end of 2022. These vaccines are safe, efficacious, hence it is better and safer to be vaccinated against the virus now. This summit promises to be very rewarding, and at the end, we are all expected to have carried out the following. 1, renew or review the country's COVID-19 response from February 2020 to November 2021 to identify successes, gaps, and lessons to be learned. 2, identify resources and develop strategies that will actualize the country's expressed international commitments towards ending COVID-19 by 31st of December 2022. 3, develop an accountability framework for COVID-19 response and health security in Nigeria. 4, synthesize the blueprint for Nigeria's pandemic recovery, reconstruction, health security, and sustainability. And 5, articulated actionable recommendations to President Muhammadu Buhari on the governance structure, resources, and policies needed to end COVID-19 in Nigeria by 31st December 2022 and build back the health system and the economy to better respond to future health security threats. On this note, I look forward to a very, very fruitful deliberations. And I want to urge our partners, particularly the development partners, and members of the National Assembly that will be participating in the discussions, to be brutally frank with us as to where we are and what we need to do. Because COVID-19 is not likely to go away in the very near future. And in an attempt to put a sustainable framework that would ensure continuity in the administration of what we've been able to put in place now, there is need for openness and frankness. Where we've done well, applaud us. Where we have not been able to meet up to the expectations of our people, remind us of the task that lies ahead. Be critical as much as you can, but also encourage us in one way or the other. I will not end these remarks without acknowledging 2 gentlemen that worked with us on the Presidential Task Force. And if we have modestly achieved anything as a body, I will continuously acknowledge the efforts of Dr. Sani Aliu and Dr. Chike Ekezo for their remarkable work. They have demonstrated that they are true Nigerians and truly, by extension, other members of the Presidential Task Force. I thank you for your kind attention and wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, can that round of applause continue until he takes his seat? From what the SGF said, I could identify three things that has been able to facilitate our ability to respond as such. Number one, people. Number two, resources. And number three, policies. There is a fourth one, no doubt, and that's in partnerships. And in summary, if we don't take anything away from the SGF's opening remarks, we know that it's the delicate management of these people, resources, policies, and partnerships. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Is Dr. Michelia in the house, please? He's the chairman of the, oh, you're welcome, sir, Dr. Michelia. Dr. Michelia is the chairman of the House Committee of COVID. Many may not know the kind of support that the National Assembly, both the lower house and the upper house, has given this effort. So it will be very necessary for us to recognize and always demonstrate. Thank you very much, sir, and also the other chairmen present. Now, we have come to where we would listen to some critical messages, keynote messages. The first, and I hope we have Dr. Anthony Fauci's presentation here. It's already recorded, but I would call on someone who probably knows Dr. Fauci, say a few things about him, and that's the U.S. Ambassador, Her Excellency Mary Beth Leonard. Thank you very much, ma'am. You're welcome.
Okay, thanks. Standing on the quite robustly established existing protocols, on behalf of the U.S. government, I sincerely wish to thank the government of Nigeria, the summit organizers, and other development partners for the opportunity to participate in and contribute to Nigeria's efforts to defeat COVID-19. I truly believe that together, as the summit theme notes, we can review, reposition, and push through the last mile to end the COVID-19 pandemic and build back better, resilient health systems. For our part, the U.S. will continue to support the government of Nigeria in its efforts to respond to the pandemic. The strength of our partnership is reflected in the more than $130 million we have contributed towards COVID response. The strength of our partnership shows in the hard work of over 60 U.S. mission employees from the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the U.S. Agency for International Development, and the Walter Reed Army Institute for Research, who all worked closely to provide expertise, technical assistance, and logistics. Finally, it is reflected in our donation of over 29 million doses of vaccine to Nigeria to date. But our work here is not yet done. The United States continues to work with Nigerian stakeholders to prevent, detect, and respond to COVID-19 and to ensure this response is both effective and coordinated. We stand by this commitment because we know that nowhere is safe until everywhere is safe. Considering this, and in keeping with the summit's theme, I am delighted to introduce our keynote speaker, a household name both in the United States and the world, who has been at the forefront of the fight against infectious diseases, including COVID-19. His name has become associated with calls for adherence to public health social prevention measures, vaccine acceptance, and insistence on science as the basis for decision-making during disease outbreak response. He is America's family doctor and a trusted public health official. He has been an advisor to every U.S. president since Ronald Reagan and a seasoned expert with over 50 years as a physician with the U.S. National Institutes of Health, our NIH. Dr. Fauci is the head of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases at NIH. He has overseen a vast research portfolio of basic and applied research on infectious and immune-mediated illnesses. In addition, he has made significant contributions to research on immunodeficiencies, including HIV/AIDS. He has been a lead member of the White House Coronavirus Task Force since January 2020 and the Chief Medical Advisor to the President of the United States. Would you please join me in welcoming to our virtual midst Dr. Anthony Fauci.
Once nowhere, one place is unsafe, everywhere is unsafe. That's the basis for partnerships. Dr. Fauci's presentation is here. Thank you.
Dr. Tony Fauci, I'm the director. Warm greetings, everyone. My name is Dr. Tony Fauci, and I'm the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases at the United States National Medical Advisor. It is a great and more than 5 million deaths. Thus far, the African continent has not been hit as badly as some of the other continents, but nonetheless, it is still very vulnerable because of the lack of accessibility and availability of vaccines, which I'll get to in a moment. But let's just spend a minute or two talking about the disease itself. About 30 or 40% of people never have any symptoms, but those who do, the symptoms are mild to moderate in about 80% of individuals, but importantly, about 15 to 20% of individuals have severe disease and critical disease, leading to the high degree of deaths that we have experienced globally with more than 5 million deaths. When patients present clinically, for those who do get symptoms, it is very similar to a flu-like syndrome, as shown on the slide, with the usual signs and symptoms of a flu-like syndrome. However, one of the unique characteristics of this disease is the loss of smell and taste, which precedes the onset of symptoms and often lingers after the resolution of the syndrome. It is very noteworthy that the people who are at increased risk of severe disease are either older adults or people of any age with certain underlying medical conditions. And these are some of the conditions which are strongly associated with an increased risk of severe disease. Paramount among these are obesity, smoking, chronic lung disease, chronic organ system dysfunction such as heart disease and kidney disease, as well as a number of others. When severe disease does occur, it's dominated by the acute respiratory distress syndrome. But as we've gained more experience now, it is clear that there are neurological, cardiac, and kidney disorders, as well as hyperinflammation and hypercoagulability. In children, some of them get what's called a multisystem inflammatory syndrome, which is similar to Kawasaki syndrome. We are also now well aware that there's residual organ system dysfunction, but there's also a very peculiar situation where anywhere from 10 to up to 40% or more of people who have COVID, regardless of the degree of severity, can have lingering symptoms for periods of time following the resolution of the acute viral infection. This is referred to as long COVID and is characterized by chronic fatigue that can be debilitating, muscle aches, sleep disorders, and a variety of other signs and symptoms. Quickly regarding therapeutics, the two approaches to target the virus with drugs like remdesivir, which has been approved by the United States FDA, as well as a number of monoclonal antibodies, but also when you have hyperinflammation to moderate the host response by dampening the aberrant inflammatory response with drugs such as dexamethasone. Looking forward, the plan is to identify vulnerable targets on the replication cycle of the virus and to design drugs to inhibit these vulnerable targets. This is a scheme of a cell in the middle, the large circle, and the viruses are the small circles that are entering the cell. And at each different point of the replication cycle, there are vulnerable targets of which we are developing and testing various drugs such as protease inhibitors and polymerase inhibitors. For example, molnupiravir by Merck and Ridgeback has shown that about a 30% decrease in the risk of hospitalization if the drug is given early in the course of infection. Very exciting has been the data from Pfizer with a drug called Paxlovid, which is a protease inhibitor, which is shown, if treated within 3 to 5 days of the onset of symptoms, has a 89% reduction in hospitalization or death. Regarding vaccines, clearly the vaccines work. Their efficacy has been shown in clinical trials and in real-world settings, with a dramatic diminution in infection, hospitalization, and deaths in people who are vaccinated compared to those who are unvaccinated. However, we have been challenged by the impact of SARS-CoV-2 variants. Particularly, the Delta variant is currently dominating the world, certainly in the United States. The reason is its transmissibility is very high, and viral loads in patients are up to 1,000 times greater than the previously known variants. In addition, very recently, we are now dealing with an evolving situation with a new variant that has emerged, at least recognized first in South Africa, which because of the constellation of mutations suggests a high degree of transmissibility and perhaps some potential for immune evasion of monoclonal antibodies, convalescent plasma, and vaccine-induced antibodies. We will know within a very short period of time whether or not the disease induced by this is severe or not. There are a number of unknowns in this, and the WHO and many countries are paying very close attention to this. Having said that, with the vaccines that have been available, there has been waning immunity, as shown on this slide, in which all 3 of the vaccines, after several months, diminishes the protection against infection, which leads to the booster shots, which are now being applied in many countries. This is a slide from Israel, which shows when you look at admission to hospital, severe disease, and death associated with COVID. The red shaded bars are individuals who've had 2 doses, and you look over time since the various doses. Whereas the blue shows those who've gotten 3 doses. Clearly, there's a marked diminution in hospitalization, severity, and death in those who received a booster shot, in this case with the Pfizer product, BioNTech. Now we know that boosters work. If you look at the effectiveness of boosters, it's about 95 to 96% better than those who have not been boosted. And this is a slide showing the extraordinary difference where the cumulative incidence of COVID-19 are shown in the red dots compared to the blue are individuals who received a 3rd boost. I want to make sure we mention something very important. We talk about boosters, but it is very important that at the same time developed nations have boosters for themselves, that they have a very strong responsibility to get vaccine doses to those countries, including countries in Africa, which do not have the capability at this point of making enough vaccine for themselves. And in fact, if you look at the share of people vaccinated against COVID-19 and compare the United States with Nigeria, you can see the marked disparity. So one of the things we absolutely need to do is make sure that we partner with countries in Africa, including Nigeria, to make sure that they have equity in vaccination availability. I'll close with this last slide. The solution to the problem unquestionably will be vaccines, because we are in a race with a virus that's highly transmissible and likely will have more variants to come. The best protection against this is to get as many people in the population vaccinated as possible. Thank you. Warm greetings, everyone. My name.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fauci. Another round of applause for him, please. Thank you. we all do recognize his efforts. But, you know, the bottom line is that, you know, in this kind of situation, we need to follow science. We need to follow the science. We need to be evidence-led. And this is where our researchers, our ability to measure, our ability to manage the data that is presented to us and to deploy them for the purposes of identifying what are the options we have is necessary. We want to thank Dr. Fauci for that, and we also want to thank Mary Beth for facilitating that. Thank you very much, ma'am. Let me just quickly recognize the presence of a couple of people here before we go to the next speaker. If Dr. John's presentation is not present, I would like to ask that Professor Tomory should be quite ready to make his presentation. But as I said, I'd like to recognize a couple of people here. And first is someone who's been in the Senate before. He's not only been in the Senate, I think he was also a commissioner for, but I'm not sure. But Dr. Olanrewaju Teju, please could you just give us a wave? Dr. Teju, I saw him there, yes. He used to be the former chairman, Senate Committee on Health. We also have Honorable Emeka Nwajioba here. He's the Minister of State for Education. He came on with a red cap, I think. Could you give us a wave, please? Thank you very much. Yes, distinguished red cap. Representatives of the IG of the police, I know they're here. Representatives of the Comptroller General of Immigration, you're most welcome. And any other members of the security forces that are here, most of us would really appreciate and know that there is a nexus between fighting this kind of a pandemic and our security architecture and framework and security personnel. So it should not come as a surprise for anyone that we are having this event here. Also, I would like to recognize the Director General of the NCDC, Dr. Ifedayo Adetifa. Is he here, please? Could you give us a wave? Thank you very much, sir. You're most welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, we're proceeding gradually. Is Dr. Nkega Song's presentation here? If not, then we go straight to, I would like to invite Professor Oyewale Tomory. Professor Oyewale Tomory is a doyen. You can hear the shouts and the acknowledgments. When somebody was your teacher, mentor, leader, and he also has the, please could you guide him through the steps, please? Sir? Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Another round for Professor Tomory.
Protocol, and I want to thank you for this opportunity. My first one is to say I thank the PTF, I thank the PSC for the great work you are doing and you have done. I'm looking at this at the end of the mile for COVID. There's still other miles that we have to go after because more diseases will come. And the way we do this will determine how we take the other miles. So I'm looking at this, I'm saying repositioning our culture. You're probably wondering why I'm talking about culture when we're talking about diseases. Well, being the last speaker after such a lot of speakers have come, leaves you at best with chewing on the crumbs. Except that if your prayers are answered, and none of the speakers, before you touch on what is on your mind, then you are lucky. I'm quite privileged today to use the theme of this summit to speak of something that touches my heart, something that brings deep emotion out of me from years of experience. Since charity begins at home, I will look at the topic of global health security in the context of repositioning Nigeria to build back on ending disease outbreaks. As the individual makes the nation, and the nations make the globe, so also global health security is built on the foundation of national health security. And national health security itself is laid on the foundation of individual and or personal health security. It is that aspect of ensuring personal and individual health security that I wish to focus on. We do remember, of course, that WHO sees health a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, not just the absence of disease. Build Back Better predates President Biden. It was in the Sendai meeting in 2015 that the Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Abe, stated, and I quote, "Build Back Better sounds like a new concept, but this is common sense to the Japanese people, coming from our historical experiences in recovering from disaster and preparing for the future, and has become an important part of the culture of Japan." So you can understand why I'm talking about culture today. It was in that same Sendai meeting that the Japanese delegation proposed BBB as a holistic concept which uses disaster as a trigger to create more resilient nations and societies than before through the implementation of well-balanced disaster risk reduction systems, including physical restoration of the infrastructure, revitalization of livelihood, and eco-economy. And then they said one last point, which I think I wanted to raise, the restoration of the local culture. That's the reason why I'm actually focusing on that. So when we discuss BBB in terms of disasters and pandemic, we often tend to forget that disasters and pandemics seriously affect our environment, and most especially our culture. No matter what plans we formulate to respond to pandemics and disasters, we will surely fail if we do not seriously address the issue of culture and environment. As I said earlier on, global health security is just as individuals make the nation and the nations make the world, so also global health security must be built on the foundation of our national health security. And our national health security must be laid on the foundation of the individual and personal health security. COVID-19 is not the enemy. Lassa fever is of minor league. Yellow fever is yellow-livered. Monkeypox is child's play. Cholera is a dehydrator. Our underdevelopment and backwardness rest on 4 pillars. They are the real enemies of our nation. And they are the one, lack of patriotism, the destroyer of our nation. 2, self-interest, the burial ground of our national interest. 3, corruption, the executor of our orderly development. And 4, shamelessness, the destruction of our national pride. Over the last 60 years, these diseases, all affecting our culture, have become the combined endemic demolisher of the foundation of the individual health security, which are shaking the foundation of our national health security and in turn determine our irrelevance as a nation in contributing meaningfully to global health security. Mr. President, sir, and distinguished people who are here, anytime I think of Nigeria, I have Nigeria on my mind. I speak with passion. I'm deeply emotional. There's fever in my body. Pain racks the entire body. And I have to hold on to something to steady my stand. I have to hold on to something to steady my stand. I have wept for this country on several occasions. I will try not to do so today, but it looks like I'm failing. You must be wondering why I owe, because I owe this country much more than I can ever pay back. I grew up in the UN. You are wondering whether that's the United Nations. No. I grew up in the UN, which is Utopia, Nigeria. For indeed, at that time, Nigeria was my utopia. It would be an insult to call my father polygamous. He was multigamous. The number of his wives that I know is more than all of the excellencies and honorables who are sitting out here today. I came as number 39 in the list of my father's children. We were being bred as hands for his farm. Then we had good governance. Just before the colonial masters left, the government of Obafemi Awolowo introduced free primary education in my region. It was not just only free, it was also compulsory, giving my father no choice of sending me to school or going to prison. He took the simpler way and sent me to school. From that singular act began my journey of indebtedness to my country. After the free education in my village close to Elisha, now in Osun State, I took an entrance examination and got admitted on partial scholarship to the government college in Ughelli, now in Delta State. Nobody followed me to take the exam hall. Nobody followed me to the interview. From there, I moved on to ABU Zaria on full federal scholarship to read veterinary medicine. All my education was done in Nigeria. Going to Ughelli from Elisha, a 2-day journey, was in the army's transport without anybody escorting me. I was just about 12 years old then. Our parents handed us over to the driver with money for our food. If there was any change, the driver would hand over the balance to our parents on his way back through Elisha. So it was. I left Zaria at 12 noon after I finished and graduated on Wednesday, 30th of June, 1971, and started work as a research fellow at the University of Ibadan, which was the Rockefeller Foundation Center, at 8 a.m. on Monday, July 5 days in between, because there was a weekend in the end. I am what I am today because Nigeria, my utopia country, provided an enabling environment for me to thrive and to excel. I give glory to God and thank the great citizens and parents of our nations who love this country more than they love themselves. But soon, an outbreak occurred, which later became endemic. It came as surreptitiously, slowly killing our nation. It was a disease that affected the 3 pillars of our nation, touching every stratum, damaging every fiber of our nation. The disease slew good governance, murdered societal sanctity, and eradicated individual integrity. The disease annihilated the good in our culture and elevated to prominence the ugly in that same culture. The disease came in 3 forms: greedy self-interest, blatant lack of patriotism, and unabashed shamelessness. Today, we lie to each other. The government lies to us, and we reciprocate with bigger lies, telling the government it is doing well when we know it is not. We clap our hands loudest with ovation for non-performing leader. We acclaim in pretended joyous ecstasy those who should not, even when we know they are not telling the truth. We pray that our King will live forever. And he says amen. Both of us dividing each other because we know we shall not die one day. I woke up every day to hear, I woke up recently, just today, to hear that Canada no longer recognizes my genuine vaccination card. And Britain has clamped a travel ban on me. A few days ago, I had to know there was Omicron in Nigeria from outside. The same Canada was telling me that Nigerians who traveled out with negative COVID laboratory results were Omicronized. Before my own CDC finally tells me that we had the variant, detected in samples collected from people recently traveled from South Africa, I asked myself, were they the people on the entourage of President Ramaphosa, or were they other people? They did not tell us that. We painfully call the reaction of the UK and Canada, we call it racism, inequality. But I say we are paying for condoning our errors of commission, and we are for overlooking our errors of omission. Mr. President and eminent leaders of our country, we must apply Build Back Better, first to our old cherished culture. If we must reposition our country to end current and future diseases and pandemics, we must start with building back better those aspects of our culture that revered honor, that treasured integrity, that prized probity, that appreciated accountability, that valued transparency, that embraced honesty, that practiced fairness, that ensured equity, that dispensed justice fairly, and which cherished patriotism. Mr. President, the generation of Nigerians we have today is much smarter than my generation. Give them 1/10 of the enabling environment opportunity which good governance gave my generation, and Nigeria will be donating vaccine to poor Europe, as India is doing. Nigeria will be providing loans to China, and not the other way around. The first epidemic that we must address is the one affecting our culture and true Nigerianness. We must have a nation where national interest buries self-interest. Otherwise, this summit will become a mirage and a vapor. It will be burnt to ashes by the fire of evil that plagues us. Unless we build back better on our culture, the outcome of this summit will descend to the valley of the disregarded and the disremembered and become another expensive exercise in futility. Mr. President, eminent participants, I speak as I have spoken because I love this country, because I have no other country. I thank you all for this unique opportunity to speak in my mind. Thank you very much.
A standing ovation for Professor Tomory. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Senate President, sir, the SGF, sir. When we were listening to Professor Tomory, we saw passion. We saw love for the country. He recounted his own history, what Nigeria had done for him, and its outcome. Before Professor Tomory came on stage, we saw how many people hailed and how many clapped, which for me is reminiscent of the times they've had with him as either mentee or his student. I personally know the kind of role Prof has been playing on the COVID front, both at the federal and state level. But the point, if I may say, of his speech draws us to behavioral change, being at the essence or being able to sustainably meet these challenges. And also he's drawing our attention to the BBB concept, build back better. Most of us need to tease out the fact that he said something which I sort of alluded to when we started. Every disaster is an opportunity to improve. Every disaster points out where we have flaws, where we have weaknesses, and we should take advantage of this. But he did say something. He connected the fact that individuals make up a nation, and the nation make up the entire global effort. When individuals at that level do not grab it, do not comply, are either not party to the development process, it is unlikely that the nation as a whole can so respond. So what he's proposing is behavioral change, where the people come the center and the object of the effort. Their education and training and orientation helps to leverage them. And also from there, we start looking at how do we communicate and agree on goals and strategies to meet those goals. So without his education, without his training, if we are having how many millions in Nigeria, 200 million, bringing them all on board. And I guess that's why the SDG says, leave no one behind. Nigeria has demonstrated at least one thing, and that is a capacity to be responsive. And that is what the CP, the COVID Presidential Committee has been able to show. So I believe, sir, and on behalf of everyone, and many of us younger than you, sir, Professor Tomory, we are on this journey. We will get there. Many of us are as passionate. There's a saying that when an elderly person, what an elderly person can see while sitting down, a young person may not be able to see, even when he's climbing on a ladder. So we want to thank you very much, sir. And we have drawn from your knowledge, we have drawn from your passion, and I believe that we get the message without saying much. I'm going to call on a number of people to give goodwill messages now. There's been an error. Okay, I'm told that Dr. John is ready to speak now. Is he making a presentation, if I may ask? Virtually, okay. Could we get him on, please? Dr. John Nkengasong is the Director of Africa CDC. Is he on now, please? While we're still getting me home, there was a slight omission in this program, and I'm aware that it was the printer's omission. We're going to take a series of goodwill messages, after which the Honorable Minister, yes. I've been told that the Senate President will have to leave, and so he will take he was going to declare this occasion open. So I'd like to call on the President of the Senate, distinguished Ahmed Lawan. Can we have a round of applause for him, please? He's going to from the other end. Because of the live streaming, we are going to use this mic, which I'll take to him, so the cameras can refocus.
Thank you. Please sit. All existing protocols duly observed. It's a long list of protocol, and I think time is of essence here. Before I read my speech, I want to know if the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Health is here. Is he? Well, I asked that question because the two ministers are not here. The Minister of Health, the Minister of State Health, now the Permanent Secretary is not here. I think that's not good. Yeah, he just left. Somebody should have replaced him. Because everything we do here, the Ministry of Health, the Federal Ministry of Health, is supposed to be here to garner all the resources that will come out of this. The PSC is simply an interventionist outfit. And as politicians and political leaders, we're supposed to be very serious and committed to the health of our people. Thank you very much. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to be here. It gives me great pleasure to address this distinguished audience on the COVID-19 summit with the theme, End the Pandemic and Build Back Better. The theme is apt in view of our concerted effort to respond to the pandemic, save lives, and build back our economy. In the light of this, I wish to salute the astuteness and exemplary leadership qualities that Mr. President, His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, has exhibited in assembling this very strong technical and managerial team under the astute leadership of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Mr. Boss Mustafa, towards controlling the pandemic and ensuring effective mitigation of its impacts on the socio-economic lives of our people. At the expiration of the timeline for the implementation of the mandate of the Presidential Task Force, PTF, Mr. President inaugurated the Presidential Steering Committee to continue to coordinate the multi-sectoral national response and consolidate the gains of the PTF. I sincerely appreciate and commend the PSC for the great work it has done in effectively coordinating and mounting a formidable national response to this emergent global public health threat. Let me also pay tribute to our very patriotic and gallant health personnel who have sacrificed so much to fight against the pandemic in order to protect us. Nigeria, our dear nation, will remain indebted to you. The 9th National Assembly, under my humble leadership, has equally played a critical role in supporting the executive arm of government to respond frontally through the passage of the Quarantine Act 2020 in order to mitigate the effects of COVID-19 on our citizens and the economy. The Act provided and regulated the imposition of quarantine and made other provisions for preventing the introduction, spread, and transmission of dangerous infectious diseases in Nigeria. The National Assembly proactively reviewed the medium-term expenditure framework, MTEF, and the 2020 national budget in order to sufficiently fund the national response to the pandemic and to provide economic stimulus packages for Nigerians. In addition, after meticulous scrutiny, the Assembly gave approvals for various loans requested by the executive arm to fund the 2020 national budget. Members of the Senate gave up 50% of their monthly salaries to provide relief materials for Nigerians to cushion the effect of the pandemic, while some distinguished members of the Assembly procured and distributed various COVID-19 relief materials to their constituencies. And it's the same thing with members of the House of Representatives. Those who are personal contributions and sacrifices. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the oversight functions of the Assembly necessitated the proper scrutiny of how the aforementioned funds were expended and also monitor strict compliance with the resolutions concerning the fair and equitable distribution of palliatives to the vulnerable. The executive was engaged on the implementation of the Social Intervention Program, SIP, in response to the needs of the citizenry. To a large extent, the leadership of the National Assembly maintained a substantial level of transparency by making all its engagements and meetings on COVID-19 pandemic open to the public in order to provide information on major interventions undertaken by the National Assembly. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the emergence of the Omicron variant of the virus points to the fact that the pandemic is yet to be over. Hence, we should not rest on our oars in fighting the pandemic. However, our recent experience has also shown that outbreak of diseases affects not only the health sector, but also the socio-economic sector of the nation. To this end, there is need for a continuous multi-sectoral approach that integrates multiple work plans and collaboration to establish a sustainable biosecurity framework for Nigeria. As we are working towards ending the pandemic and building back a better Nigeria, an all-inclusive approach which focuses on addressing issues relating to the economy, health, housing, social security, infrastructure, etc. should be employed. Engagements with the critical stakeholders such as constituencies, civil society organizations, CSOs, faith-based organizations are critical to achieving this goal. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I urge you all to see this summit as a platform which affords us the opportunity to review our response, deliberate, and chart the way forward. I want to also assure you that the National Assembly will play its role in ensuring timely implementation of your recommendations. It is therefore very important to state here that in the 2022 appropriation, which is likely to be passed by the 14th or 16th of this month, whatever is necessary will be provided for Nigeria to continue to fight for the pandemic and beyond it. And I like that applause, but there is a condition, a caveat, that those who will be giving those funds, and that's why I asked for the ministers and the permanent secretary and the agencies, of course, under the Ministry of Health, need to provide the kind of prudence that is necessary. The economy, the efficiency in the deployment and application of those resources. And I will urge our committees who have been working very hard and very closely with the PSC and even before the PSC to ensure very strict and rigorous scrutiny and oversight on our funds in 2022 when we are able to provide them to the ministry and its agencies. And I want to take the opportunity to assure all Nigerians that members of the National Assembly and other political leaders of this country take the health of Nigerians very seriously and will continue to be always alive to our responsibility to ensure that our citizens are protected and are provided that kind of opportunity to take the vaccines. And coming to taking the vaccines, I believe that we need to do more to ensure that the vaccine hesitancy is minimized or eliminated if possible. Presently, of course, we know that just about 3% of Nigerians have been vaccinated. And we need to do for over 70%, or at least 70%, for us to be safe. So we still have a long way to go. I believe that we can do better when we are able to connect and link properly with our citizens who definitely need this kind of maybe talking to them, and through our royal fathers and faith-based organizations, maybe we get them to do better in terms of making themselves available for vaccinations. It is therefore my singular honor with this and privilege to declare this summit open, and I pray that we are able to come up with all the resolutions that the government, the federal government on both sides, the executive and the legislature, will be able to provide the resources and implement your recommendations for the betterment of for the people of Nigeria. Thank you very much. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much, sir. Can we continue to clap for him until he sits, please? I think he deserves that. He has declared the summit open. We appreciate how much time he has spent with us. So at this point in time, we would ask him the Senate President will be leaving, so I'll ask Dr. John to please hold on a minute. May we rise for the national anthem, please? And just for a second, sir, after the national anthem, sir, if I crave the indulgence, can just members of the high table have a photo of just members of the high table standing, please? Thank you. It's better here, sir, so that we can... In front, okay. After the National Assembly. So please, everybody stay where you are. They will come here, they will have their photos, and then we'll leave, and then we'll continue. The National Anthem, please. Arise, O compatriots, Nigeria's call obey, to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labors of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and mind, one nation bound in freedom, peace and unity. So, yes. Can we come down? Can Senator Otazi join them? Here, this front row, please. Senator Otazi join them. Could you join them, sir? Could you join them, sir? Yeah, we could join them under here. Yes. And then Dr. MD, Chairman House Committee. Where's the minister? Education Minister, please come. Okay. People have been shy. Are you leaving him here alone?
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you in your living room, office, everywhere and anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel 91, Freeview UK channel 264, or you can download www.visiontv.co.uk. App for iOS or Android. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
Information is power. Everyone wants power. So feel powerful with the NTA News mobile app, the one-stop information center. Real news at your fingertip. Be the first to report by uploading first-hand information on the U-Report link, and be the first to know by simply clicking on any of the links on the sidebar for headlines, domestic and foreign news, economy, security, politics, sports, and more. Stream live on your smartphone and tablets and stay connected. It's pretty easy. Simply download NTA News app from your Google Play Store and you're good to go. NTA News mobile app, your access to real-time information.
Welcome to Abuja, the place that unites Nigeria.
This is the network service of the NTA. We now join our outside broadcast crew for a live telecast. Please stay tuned.
Service. Can we please put our hands together for the permanent secretaries? Thank you. May I inform you that very shortly His Excellency, the Governor of Edo State, will be stepping into the hall. As soon as His Excellency steps into the hall, please shall we rise to our feet to welcome him and accord him his due honor and respect. And as soon as he steps into his position, we shall be taking the national anthem and the event begins in earnest. It is expected that the Auditor General for the Federation, Mr. Awugu, the welcome address, and now announce the arrival of His Excellency, the Governor of Edo State, Mr. Godwin Nogagase Obaseki, a very distinguished governor, a man who has raised the bar, a man who has raised the standard of governance in Nigeria and has made Edo State a state of Eldorado. The national anthem. please take our
A
seats.
very good day to you. Here is a gathering of Auditors General in Nigeria. It is their annual conference with the theme, Securing Audit Independence, Sustainability, the Urgency of Now. These are people authorized to review and verify the accuracy of financial records. NTA is reaching you from the banquet hall of Government House, Benin, Edo State, the heartbeat of the nation. It is a week-long event where standards and good practices, information technology and forensic auditing in the 21st century, fiscal transparency, and achieving optimal audit quality and assurance are going to form the basis. My name is Ogochukwu Ona, and I welcome you on behalf of the producer, Ikech Kwoha, and the entire crew of the Outside Broadcast.
Of the Speaker, House of Representatives of the National Assembly, distinguished auditors here present from the 36 states of the Federation and the FCT, Your Excellency, the Auditors General from the 36 states have decided to choose Edo State to hold the Conference of Auditors General in Nigeria 2021 edition because the state over the years has been attractive. In your reign, it has attracted a lot of professionals and investors to the state. And therefore, today they've carefully selected a theme, Securing Audit Independence, Sustainability, the Urgency of Now. Your Excellency, they have asked me to thank you for granting them this privilege to be hosted by you in Edo State. Can we appreciate His Excellency by putting our hands together and thanking him for this rare privilege? Thank you. Your Excellency, at this point, we like to ask for your permission to invite the Auditor General for the Federation, Mr. Ahuhu Adolphus A., FCNA, FCTI, who also doubles as Chairman, African Union Board of External Auditors, to now present his welcome address. Can we join our hands together for the Auditor General for the Federation?
Your Excellency, Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, who is our special guest of honor for this conference, ably represented by His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Edo State, Mr. Goodwill Obaseki, the President of the Senate, who is here ably represented by distinguished Senator Hassan Hadija, who is the Deputy Chairperson, Senate Public Accounts Committee. Equally is representing the chairperson, the chairman, our own distinguished Senator Matthew Rohide. His Excellency, the Governor, the Executive Governor of Edo State, who is himself seated here, Comrade Philip Shaibu. We equally, on the high table, the chairperson of the House of Representatives Public Accounts Committee, Dr. Wole Oke. We have on virtual our Secretary to Government of the Federation, who is ably represented by the Permanent Secretary, General Services Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, the Speaker, Honorable Speaker, Edo State House of Assembly, the Secretary to the Government of Edo State, who is equally with us here, the former Auditor General of the Federation, Dr. S. Ukura, the Auditor General, Ghana Audit Service, represented by Deputy Auditor General, Mr. Lawrence, the Auditor General, Tanzania National Audit Office, represented by Michael Malabeja, my dear colleagues, the Auditors Generals for state and local government. I equally want to, in the protocol, the members of the National Assemblies and State Assemblies here present, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and great privilege to deliver this address as I welcome our special guest of honor, His Excellency Muhammad Buhari, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and under invited guest to yet another conference of Auditors General in Nigeria 2021. This is an annual event that brings the Auditor Generals in the 3 tiers of government in Nigeria together to enable us share experiences and get acquainted with emerging issues in public sector auditing. Words will not be enough to describe the aesthetic mood of the Auditors Generals when the news broke that His Excellency has yet again confirmed his readiness to declare open this year's conference holding in Benin City, Edo State. Your Excellency, permit me to place on record that this is the first time in the history of this country that a sitting president will be addressing Auditors General in Nigeria for 2 consecutive years running, 2020 and 2021. By this singular act, you have planted your footprint on sands of time as not just a leader who uphold, disperse, and wage war against corruption, but a pillar of support for accountability institutions such as the Office of the Auditor General to discharge our constitutional role without let or hindrance. I wish to announce to this audience that Mr. President has never interfered in the discharge of my functions since I assumed office in February this year. This is the spirit of Section 85, subsection 6 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended, which states, in the exercise of his functions under this Constitution, the Auditor General shall not be subject to the direction or control of any other authority or person. Consequently, the theme of this conference, Securing Audit Independent Sustainability, the urgency of now, was choosing to enable the Auditor General come up with recommendations on how to entrench as lasting legacy across the 3 tiers of government what obtains at the federal level. This is in tandem with the United Nations General Assembly resolutions on independence of audit institutions with reference to the resolutions passed both in December 2011 and 2014. We state, promoting the efficiency, accountability, effectiveness, and transparency of public institutions by strengthening the supreme audit institutions. The sub-themes of this conference has been carefully selected and assigned to people who have made their marks in their various fields of endeavor as resource persons. Your Excellency, your presence today has given the Auditors General the needed tonic and moral booster to take stock of what happened since Conference of Auditors General in Nigeria 2020, where you challenge us with a pertinent and thought-provoking question as, have you made meaningful contribution, or have you left things as you met them and permitted business to continue as usual? Your presence will also act as impetus to the Auditors General to coming up with lasting means to securing audit independent sustainability in Nigeria, in accordance with the theme of this year's conference. As Auditors General for the Federation, permit me, Your Excellency, to briefly outline a bit of what happened at the federal level since you last addressed us. On timely reporting, timely submission of report. On assumption of office as the Auditor General for the Federation, following my confirmation by the Senate on 25th of February 2021, I made timely submission of audit reports my top priority. Within 6 months, I submitted the following: Auditor General for the Federation's annual accounts. On the Federal Government of Nigeria consolidated financial statements for the year ended 31st December 2018, which was submitted, that report was submitted 25th of March 2021. Exactly 1 month of my appointment as the Auditor General for the Federation. The second report for 2019 was submitted on the 18th of August. The third in that series was Auditor General for the Federation's annual reports on non-compliance / internal control weaknesses issues on ministry, departments, and agencies of the Federal Government of Nigeria for the year ended 31st December 2019, and that was submitted on the 15th of September 2021. I initiated and implemented reform that makes it possible for the Auditor General for the Federation to submit annual reports to the National Assembly within 90 days of receipt of Accountant General for the Federation's consolidated financial statements in accordance with Section 85, Section 5 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended. As we speak, Your Excellency, there is no report on my table that I have not issued. On response to audit queries by accounting officers, I'm pleased to report to Your Excellency that there has been significant improvement in response time to audit queries by accounting officers of MDAs, since you re-emphasized the need for them to do so in your speech at the conference of 2020 as a follow-up to your earlier directive in 2015. More audited financial statements are now being forwarded for Auditor General for the Federation's comment as required by Section 85, Subsection 4 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended. We have the State Fiscal Transparency, Accountability, and Sustainability Program for Result. A credit that most of you are aware of. Through your leadership, by example, you have, through SIFTA's program for result, entrenched the culture of good governance, accountability, and transparency at the state level. It will be recalled that SIFTAS is a loan to the federal government by grants to states based on achievement of verifiable disbursement link indicators within time frames specified in the framework. My role as an independent verification agent is to ensure that these DLIs are verified as achieved with evidence and submit reports to facilitate disbursement to deserving states. It may interest Your Excellency to note that through this singular action of yours, states have tremendously improved financial reporting and budget reliability. States have increased openness and citizens' engagement in budget process. States have improved cash management and reduced revenue leakages through implementation of state TSA. States have strengthened internally generated revenue collection, established biometric registration and bank verification used to reduce payroll fraud. States equally have improved procurement practices for increased transparency and value for money, strengthening public debt management and fiscal responsibility framework, improve clearance and reduction of stock of domestic expenditure arrears, improve debt sustainability, increase transparency and accountability of funds in the COVID-19 responses and resilient recovery phases. States have equally provided structured tax relief in response to COVID and strengthened tax administration to enhance non-tax collections in the resilient recovery phase. And we have established a fiscally sustainable response to COVID-19 responsive budget, stimulated the enactment and implementation of state audit laws with provision of resources for implementation of financial autonomy, where we have 33 states. The last count has passed state audit laws by end of July 2021. All states that fully met the this DLI requirement will receive their grant in December 2021. State audit laws provide for what? Operational, financial, and administrative independence of Auditor Generals of our states and local government levels, where Your Excellency noted during our conference last year as possible inhibiting factors preventing them to deliver a high level of performance. For my office to continue to provide the required leadership at the center, the non-enactment of Federal Audit Service Law has become a major requirement for audit independence at the federal level. Resourcing and training of staff on modern audit technology. On assumption of office, I activated one core project in our strategic plan launched in September 2017, which has defied all efforts at bringing into fruition the Forensic Audit Laboratory. Equipping of audit staff with modern audit methodology was one major item in the communique issued at the end of the Conference of Auditors General in 2020. I'm happy to inform Your Excellency that the Office of the Auditor General for the Federation, with the support from Center for Democracy and Development, commissioned the state-of-the-art Forensic Audit Laboratory on June 7, 2021. It was commissioned by the Permanent Secretary, Federal Capital Territory Administration, Olushade Adeshola. So far, a total of 68 forensic auditors have been trained. The first batch of these certified forensic auditors, 21 in number, have been assigned to various MDAs to carry out forensic audit assignments, the reports of which will soon be submitted. The coming on stream of our forensic audit laboratory has further enhanced the efficiency of our information technology audit unit. The emergence of the forensic auditors will ensure appropriate and admissible evidences, ensure that they are gathered to support audit findings. This will go a long way in assisting to prosecute corrupt cases if eventually taken to court by agencies responsible for prosecution of offenders in Nigeria. Your Excellency, other good news is that other than anti-corruption agencies can leverage on the facilities at our forensic audit laboratory to analyze various evidences, such as fingerprint, voice, signatures, handwriting, electronic messages, etc. Reinvigoration of performance audits. I have since revived and repositioned our performance audit, which was almost in comatose at the time I assumed office as the Auditor General for the Federation. As we speak, Your Excellency, the performance audit reports on the utilization of funds released to federal government agencies from the federal government asset recovery accounts from 2015 to 2020, and the pre-shipment, inspection, and monitoring of crude oil and gas exports by Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning for the period of 2016 to 2020 are being concluded and will soon be issued, with several others at various stages of completion. The audit recommendations will help make positive impacts in the quality of service delivery by government agencies, ensure value for money, as well as facilitate optimal allocation of scarce resources. My role as the chairperson, African Union of Board of External Auditors. I was elected chairperson, African Union Board of External Auditors, the very first time a Nigerian is occupying this position on the 23rd of February 2021, when I was overseeing the office of the Auditor General for the Federation. My election was made possible because of Your Excellency's anti-corruption crusade and good governance that you have taken to the continent. As soon as I was nominated for the position of chairperson, auditors generals of other countries who had earlier been nominated withdrew, and consequently, I was elected by my colleagues unopposed for a tenure of 2 years. Following my election as the chairperson, I successfully completed the audit of African Union Consolidated Financial Statements for the year ended 31st December 2020, comprising those of African Union, its organs and offices across the continent of Africa and beyond. The report was submitted in record time to the Permanent Representative Committee on Audit Matters of the African Union on the 8th of June 2021. In addition, audit strategy for the audit of the African Union for the year ended 31st December 2021, the strategy was developed, presented and approved for such audit to commence by first quarter of 2022. So as we speak, that meeting was held in November, virtually from November 16th to 19th. We have a target date of delivery of that report before the end of May 2022. As my role as the President, African Organization of Supreme Audit Institutions Working Group on Environmental Auditing, as the President of Afro-Wiga, I successfully organized a virtual one-week environmental audit training for member sites on auditing of water resources between July 12 to 14, 2021. Though this particular audit, in 2014, Afro-Wiga approved for the audit of River Niger, popularly known as Niger River, and to be audited by 9 members, countries of Niger Basin Authority. We have the countries of Benin, Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Chad, Cote d'Ivoire, Guinea, Mali, Niger, and Nigeria. And though implementation was abandoned, I'm happy to report that the 9 member countries held their first strategic planning meeting on the cooperative environmental audit of Niger River between 28 November to 3 December 2021. Of the Chad, which was that audit was equally conducted by the Chad Basin Commission member countries of Cameroon, Chad, Niger, and Nigeria. 2 key outcomes of the Niamey meeting, attended by representatives of size of 9 member countries, include the approved memorandum of understanding to be signed by the heads of 9 participating sides. The MOU contains the summary of the framework for the cooperative audit, the objectives and sub-objectives, problems and sub-problems, and lines of inquiry, etc. We equally have the audit work plan to commence actual audit field work in February 2022 at the level of individual participating country. Issuance of quality audit report at states and local government levels. To my colleagues, I have seen remarkable improvement in number of states meeting the SIFTA's disbursement link indicators on timely submission of audited financial statements. The attainment of these DLIs wouldn't have been possible without you laying your part. While I commend you for this feat, I want to remind you that His Excellency challenged us last year that he has not seen anything other than clean audit reports of any state as far as one can remember. Let me state that qualification of audit report based on audit findings is not an indictment on the executive, but a wake-up call unless the fraud is suspected that certain possibilities, especially those leading to misstatements, for instance, should be addressed. We should be seen to be above board by the public, who expect nothing less than accountability for public funds. The Conference of Auditors General in Nigeria 2021 presents to us yet another opportunity to critically, more than ever before, assess our performances, especially post-lockdown occasioned by COVID-19 pandemic. I will be sharing with you how my office has been able to deploy new audit techniques to cope with the emerging challenges brought about by the pandemic, and was able to conduct audits and table reports in record time, both in Nigeria and at the continent of Africa. I have no doubt, therefore, that you will participate actively and bring your wealth of experience to bear at this conference. May I, at this juncture, on behalf of Auditors General in Nigeria, salute our distinguished guests, particularly our chief host, His Excellency, Mr. Goodwill Obaseki, the Executive Governor of Edo State, for providing us with Government House banquet hall for this conference free of charge. As we equally appreciate you, sir, for other supports you are giving to us. To our major stakeholders, the parliamentarians, the lawmakers, we thank you for your wonderful support. This conference will afford us opportunity to build more on the existing relationship. The ultimate beneficiaries, both at the state, federal, and local, will be the Nigerian people. I wish His Excellency, our special guest of honor, the chief host, and other distinguished invited guests, God's blessings. Long live the Conference of Auditors General in Nigeria 2021. Long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you, and God bless you.
I think the Auditor General for the Federation deserves a round of applause that is bigger and better. Thank you very much. Auditors, always innovative, leveraging data analysis, and always learning, building collaborative relationships among themselves. Indeed, they have also demonstrated that they are good at the use of technology in doing their work. Of course, very effective communicators, the auditors are. Your Excellency, permit me quickly to invite for a goodwill message to this conference the President of the Senate, Chairman, National Assembly, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Ahmad Ibrahim Lawan, PhD, CON, ably represented here today by the Deputy Chairman, Public Accounts, very distinguished Honorable Senator Ibrahim Hassan Adeja, to quickly present the goodwill message from the President. Please, can we put our hands together for distinguished Senator Hassan Ibrahim Adeja.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Edo State, who is today representing His Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor, the Chairman of the House Committee on Public Accounts, who I believe is also standing in for the Speaker of the House, the Auditor General of the Federation, the Honorable Speaker of the Edo State House of Assembly, the SLG, my colleagues in the House of Reps who accompanied the Chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to recognize the protocols already established by the Auditor General. Now, I'm here in almost 3 capacities, as myself, member of the Public Accounts Committee, and also to represent Senator Matthew Rogude, who is unavoidably absent in London, who was supposed to represent the Senate President. So I have 2 very short goodwill messages from the Chairman of the Senate Public Accounts Committee and the Senate President to deliver. I would discount my own smallest cap and just focus on the 2. I'll read the goodwill message from the Senate Committee on Public Accounts first, and it reads, "It gives me great pleasure to address this revered group of public servants whose contribution to ensuring prudence in the management and administration of public funds is a guarantee for efficiency and effectiveness. Let me also state that by association, we, the members of the Public Accounts Committee, have become members of this elite club of guardian angels for integrity, probity, and accountability. The recognition of the relevance of the management of scarce resources, side by side to some competing needs, inform the crafters of our rules to provide for the allocation of funds through appropriation by the legislator for the operations of government. It is the desire to ensure that budgetary allocations are utilized judiciously and for the purposes that they are meant for, that the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999, as amended, provides for the Office of the Auditor General of the Federation with the mandate to perform the duties enshrined. In the course of the discharge of the functions of his office, the Auditor General is in a constitutional symbiotic relationship with the Public Accounts Committee. This functional relationship has laid bare a lot of shortcomings on the part of the MDAs with regards to procedures and processes in the application of extant laws meant to ensure probity, accountability, and transparency towards the achievement of value for money and good governance for the people. Besides the issue of processes and compliance with extant laws common to MDAs, the Public Accounts Committee, in the course of considering the reports of the Auditor General for the Federation on the accounts of the Federation of Nigeria, has observed certain operational challenges confronting the office, chief amongst which is the late submission of financial statements by the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation, MDA's lackadaisical attitude to audit queries, and above all, absence of adequate support instrument for the office as obtained in other countries with modern and updated audit laws. The identified challenges of the Office of the Auditor General would have been adequately addressed if Mr. President had signed the audit bill, which had earlier been passed by the 8th Assembly. Be that as it may, let me state that the message of hope remains that the National Assembly is committed to ensuring the independence of the Office of the Auditor General of the Federation. It is in this spirit that the 9th Senate, under the leadership of distinguished Senator Ahmed Ibrahim Lawal, GCON, a veteran chairman of the Senate Public Accounts Committee, will continue to encourage that the audit bill becomes a reality within the life of its tenure. The theme of the conference are made to understand the securing supreme audit institutions. Supreme Audit constitutional independence and its sustainability, the urgency of now. As apt as the theme of the conference is, one may ask, what is the urgency of now about securing the independence and sustainability of the Auditor General's office? For me, and indeed for the National Assembly, the urgency of a strengthened SAI underscores the realization of our backwardness in public funds auditing among the Committee of Nations. The urgency of now also speaks to the deep realization of the fact that public funds and resources in Nigeria can only make the desired or expected impact when they are judiciously used. I guess it is also on the realization that resources will continue to be scarce, particularly in the face of a dwindling world economy, and the fight against waste that will become more effective when malfeasance is nipped in the bud, as well as exposing corrupt practices at every level of public expenditure. Ladies and gentlemen, I am convinced that the organizers have procured experienced resource persons to do justice to the issues constituting the urgency of now lined up for consideration. However, permit me to request that at the end of the conference, the outcome should be such that will propel every sector of the nation desirous of the material, financial, and physical development of our governance to act in an urgent manner to make real the rhetoric of ridding the country of all forms of waste emanating not from natural causes, but citizen acts of corruption and mismanagement. The Public Accounts Committee looks forward to receiving the outcome of this conference by way of a resolution or a communique for possible legislative action where necessary, or as added input or material towards the passage of the Audit Service Bill. Distinguished participants and gentlemen of the press, with these few remarks, I wish you successful deliberations. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So with this, I'll read an even shorter goodwill message by the Senate President before I take my seat. It is with great pleasure to be here on this important occasion of another conference of the Auditors General, considering the central role you play in ensuring accountability, transparency, and quality in the public expenditure process. Auditors are critical to the expenditure course if you imagine their roles in ensuring compliance with extant financial rules and regulations, leading to the internalization of processes and procedures in the application of resources. This role puts the auditor in the position of a gatekeeper, ensuring proper documentation for future reviews and examination of books and other record-keeping and historical purposes. Against this background, the auditor is directly or indirectly saddled with the duty of monitoring the use of resources, proper bookkeeping for good governance and posterity, besides the judicious allocation of funds. These functions are central to economic growth and development efforts, more especially in situations where resources are limited and where value for money should always be a priority. It is therefore gratifying to see the continuous efforts of your organization in reminding colleagues of core values, ethics, and responsibilities, and to generate ideas on coping with new realities because of the changing times we are in. It is in this light that I commend your efforts and congratulate you on yet another conference, which is also concerned about compliance with international best practices, through the template of the United Nations and the important theme of securing audit independence sustainability against the background of the urgency of now. The agenda enables us to keep a focus and to benchmark our performances against expectations. It provides a template to do reviews at any point in time and to work towards continuity. It also allows us to think of ways of improving, just in case we are not meeting the expectations we already set out. I'm happy to note that our team prepares us for the task ahead, as it sets our roadmap, our vision and mission through which we can meet our professional expectations and then the yearnings and aspirations of our people. As citizens, therefore, we must sustain this tenacity of purpose, cognizance of the fact that we can only get better from here, especially if our determination is a collective. What all this means is that we we have a pact with history. The pact is noble, and we will do all that is possible to fulfill it through this commitment. On this note, I congratulate you once more on this occasion. Just as we look forward to your resolutions, I wish you all well. God bless you all. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. President of the Senate, distinguished Senator Ahmad Ibrahim Lawal, GCON. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. I think it deserves another round of applause as we move on
President
steadily.
of the Senate, Ahmad Lawan, and Senator Matthew Rogide, Chairman, Senate Public Accounts Committee, represented by Senator Ibrahim Hassan Adejo, in a goodwill message. In separate goodwill messages, gave the message of hope. Earlier, we saw the Auditor General of the Federation, Hagugu Alf, was given his scorecard.
Please, can we put our hands together for
We are
Mr.
still expecting goodwill messages before the keynote address by the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
We will be taking a goodwill message from the Speaker, House of Representatives, Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, ably represented by Honorable Dr. Busayo Oluwole Oke, Chairman House Committee of Public Accounts, Federal House of Representatives. Please, can we put our hands together for a very distinguished Right Honorable Dr. Busayo Oluwole Oke. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by His Excellency, the People's Governor, the Governor of Edo State, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor, and our own, the representative of the Senate President, and the Chairman, Public Accounts in the Senate, my fellow colleagues, the Auditor General of the Federation, our invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, sir, I came with warm greetings from Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker asked me to specifically thank you for supporting the Auditor General of the Federation, because without your support, sir, this event can't be holding in the government house. Mr. Speaker further asked me to thank you for donating one of your best to us as Auditor General of the Federation. You may not like the face of Auditor General of the Federation, but I can tell you, when it comes to service delivery, performance, when you go through his reports that he has laid before the Parliament, you will agree with me that it's truly and indeed one of the best Auditor General we've ever had. Mr. Speaker further asked me to thank you for putting this program together, because it's an avenue for us to come together across the 36 states of the Federation and Federal Capital Territory. I've also seen guests from other parts of West Africa that are here to share opinion, to rub minds, and appreciate and embrace current developments when it comes to audit issues. Mr. Speaker is also very worried that when it comes to independence of this office, the Office of the General, that we have not totally obeyed and observed the provisions of the Constitution as anchored under Section 85 of the Constitution. And as a result, that under his leadership in the 9th Assembly, that the audit bill that was passed in the 8th Assembly, but that was not assented to by Mr. President, will be vigorously pursued and, be presented to Mr. President for his final assent, so that we can truly have, a truly independent Auditor General for the Federation. As we speak, the civil service, whom the Auditor General audits, the legislature, whom the Auditor General audits, the judiciary, It's the same civil service that still appoints Auditor General of the Federation. The same civil service recruits workers for the Auditor General of the Federation. An audit institution, you'll be recruiting somebody who read history, who read political science, to come and be auditor. So we think, Mr. Speaker, of the opinion that the Auditor General truly needs its independence to be able to hire competent personnel. Mr. Speaker is also of the opinion that the office of the General should be on the first line charge. A situation where the Auditor General on monthly basis goes to the Accountant General of the Federation to beg for funds shouldn't be so. The Auditor General needs tools, he needs a very friendly environment to operate. He needs equipment, he needs vehicles. Go to all their offices across the states. They are not in good form. So the Auditor General needs funding. And Mr. Speaker is also of the opinion that what we are saying here should also be domesticated across the states and local governments. Mr. Speaker, finally, wish all of you a very fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for him. The man popularly known as BOO. Thank you very much, sir, for coming. We appreciate you. Very quickly, we invite the representative of the Permanent Secretary, Federal Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development. Please can we put our hands together for him quickly? And just after this, the representative of the Secretary to the federal government or the Federation will be speaking to us via Zoom, and thereafter we take a message from Mr. President. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the Executive Governor, Edo State, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor, Edo State, members of the National Assembly here present, the Auditor General for the Federation, all Auditor Generals here present, other distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to observe the existing protocol. Due to exigency of duty, the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, in person of Dr. N.S. Omahihe, has mandated me to stand in for him for his short goodwill message. Of course, the voice will be mine, but the contents is that of the Permanent Secretary. Thank you. I am indeed delighted to be here at the opening ceremony of this great conference of Auditor General in Nigeria and to serve as a special guest. It is gratifying to note that the organization of this conference couldn't have been better timed than now, especially when our country, Nigeria, is keying into full compliance with the international standards and best practices. As a measure towards ensuring the audit institutions in Nigeria are better strengthened, this gathering will no doubt provide the needed atmosphere for Nigerian auditors to renew their drive towards attaining a sustainable audit independence. It is pertinent to note that the role of the auditor plays very key, and so attached to the independence of the auditor are also huge responsibilities. An independent, reliable, and ethically sound audit report gives an organization credibility and allows, of course, the general public to place trust in the accuracy of the results and the integrity of the accounting profession in general. Securing independence sustainability has become imperative if the needed public probity, accountability, and transparency in the conduct of public business is to be ensured. For the auditor as a professionally independent person to succeed, therefore, he or she must overcome the 5 fundamental ethical threats which are capable of undermining his or her independence. The trait of self-interest, the trait of self-review, the familiarity trait, the advocate trait, and then the trait of intimidation. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, one big puzzle before auditors today is how can auditors ensure independence? To me, the answer is in the affirmative, which is yes, it's possible. The auditor simply requires integrity and objective approach to the audit process. In this way, he or she will assume his or her traditional role as the neutral watchdog. Auditor General for the Federation, sir, as you all reflect on this important topic today, I sincerely wish you successful deliberations. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much, Director Internal Audit Department, Mr. Waziri Samuel, from the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. Your Excellency, we were expecting a message from the Office of the FGF. Unfortunately, we could not get in contact with the Permanent Secretary, Mr. Morris, in Abuja. We are not still able to get contact with the Office of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Therefore, at this point, we want to honorably invite His Excellency, the Governor of Edo State, a man who has done so well, a man who has transformed Edo State, a man who has made us proud. He will be speaking on behalf of the President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, and also speaking on his behalf too. Can we please rise up to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Governor Godwin Nawegase Obaseki.
Please be seated. Thank you. I believe I have two roles here today. I will start by first presenting my own goodwill message, which I had prepared for this ceremony, before I proceed to read Mr. President's opening address and then formally declare this conference open on behalf of Mr. President. The Senate President, who is ably represented by Senator Hassan Hadija, Mr. Speaker, House of Representatives, who is warmly represented by Honorable Dr. Busayo Olowale-Oke, BOO for short. Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Edo State, the Right Honorable Comrade Philip Schreiber, Speaker, Edo State House of Assembly, the Right Honorable Marcus Onobum, the Secretary to the Edo State government, Barrister Osaudion Ogie, the Auditor General of the Federation, and Chairperson, African Union Board of External Auditors, Mr. Aguhu Adolphus, delegates to this great conference, most distinguished invited guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome all of you, Auditor Generals of the 3 tiers of government in Nigeria, to our state, Edo State, which is the heartbeat of Nigeria. This conference could not have come at a better time than now, when the world in general and Nigeria in particular is going through economic challenges precipitated by the COVID-19 pandemic and the uncertainty in the market for crude oil. The importance of auditors in our national governance framework cannot be overemphasized in view of the fact that society and citizens look up to you to testify whether the resources of the nation and subnational governments are used wholly, necessarily, and reasonably for the benefit of the citizens, and that our common resources have been deployed and utilized in a transparent manner that meets international best practices. The theme of this conference, Securing Audit Independence Sustainability, is very apt in view of the several reforms in public financial management which have taken place in the 3 tiers of government in this country in the last few years. For us in Edo State, our administration is focused on 6 thematic areas. Reforms of our government structure, making government the enabler in our society, creating a citizen-centric leadership structure, utilizing technology and data to drive governance, ensuring that government focuses on sustainable economic growth, and then building the physical and digital infrastructure which we require for our growth. The governance reform pillar in our agenda is the pivot on which other pillars revolve. Under this governance reform pillar, the Civil Service Transformation and Enhancement Project, which we have started, is to build a modern public service where efficiency, productivity, and service delivery are the hallmarks. Our goal is to strengthen service delivery capacity, establish and enhance processes and systems for improved efficiency, and create and sustain a high-performance culture in our public service. We are utilizing technology and creating a workplace that inspires and motivates our public servants to work for our people. In order to sustain these reforms which we have started in the governance architecture of our state, we have collaborated with our legislators in the State House of Assembly to deepen public financial management through the enactment of laws which are aimed at building institutions and improving accountability and transparency in government fiscal and financial operations. We have promulgated laws which include the Public Financial Management and Fiscal Responsibility Law, which we promulgated in 2018, the Public Procurement Law, which we promulgated and amended in 2020, and the Edo State Audit Law 2021, which was also published and slightly amended. The Audit Law of Edo State 2021 has copiously provided for the financial, operational, and administrative autonomy of the offices of the Auditor General of the states and the local government. Mr. Speaker, you may also want to note that we have provided resources and allocated 2 offices in line with the state's fiscal transparency and accountability, the SIFTA's advice in the 2020. With the transformation agenda of our civil service in Edo State, all institutions, including the Office of the Auditor General, have been strengthened and repositioned and enabled so that they can deliver top-grade services in the most efficient and effective manner with a view to promoting accountability and transparency in public sector governance. Let me use this opportunity to congratulate my brother and friend, the Auditor General of the Federation, not only for his appointment as Auditor General, which is so well deserved, but also as your appointment as Chairperson, African Union Board of External Auditors. We want to commend you for the several initiatives and reforms which you have introduced in this short period since you were appointed. You have no choice. You are an Edo man. That's the least we expect from you. In view of the foregoing, securing audit independence sustainability is non-negotiable in Edo State because it is the way to go. And for us, if we are to make Edo great again, independence of our Auditor General is a sine qua non for our development. Once again, I welcome all of you to Edo, and please feel at home because Edo is your home. Welcome. Now, let me use this unique opportunity to represent our President Muhammadu Buhari. This is the first opportunity I'm having as a governor to do so, so I'm going to take full advantage of it. The head of service, the chief of staff called this morning to say that arrangements had been made for the president to formally declare this conference open himself. But because of some last-minute plans, he could not make it and asked me to please represent him. So let me, standing on the protocols which I have already established, now read the speech of His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, at the opening ceremonies of the Conference of Auditors General in Nigeria, COAGN 2021, taking place at the Banquet Hall, Government House, Benin City, today, 6th December 2021. I am delighted to declare open the Conference of Auditor Generals in Nigeria 2021. As I mentioned in my speech last year at the International Conference Center in Abuja, good governance, accountability, and transparency remain the hallmarks of my administration. Thus, during my first inauguration as the President of the country on May 29, 2015, Nigerians that if we do not kill corruption, corruption will kill Nigeria. End of quote. I have never hidden my disdain for corrupt practices and therefore welcome every opportunity to talk to those at the forefront of anti-corruption crusade like you, the Auditors General. The sustained fight against corruption is yielding positive results, as witnessed by the high-profile cases successfully investigated and prosecuted by agencies saddled with a task. My administration has strengthened anti-corruption agencies like the EFCC and the ICPC to perform optimally without interference, thus leading to prosecution of politically exposed persons across party lines in Nigeria. For the efforts to enthrone good governance and accountability across tiers of government in Nigeria cannot yield the desired positive results if Auditors General do not stand up to play their constitutional roles as the people's watchdog. Let me congratulate the Auditor General of the Federation, Mr. Awuwu Adolphus, FCTI, on his election as the chairperson, African Union Board of External Auditors, and for successfully leading the Auditors General of the 10 other African countries to carry out the audit of the African Union Consolidated Financial Statements for the year ended 31st December 2020. Other achievements of the Auditor General for the Federation in terms of submission of reports both within and at the continental level are testimonies to the fact that I made the right choice when I forwarded your name to the Senate in February this year for confirmation as Auditor General for the Federation. You have demonstrated that indeed Nigeria is blessed with talent and expertise. I want to assure the Auditor General for the Federation that my administration will continue to support him to be able to discharge his constitutional mandate. To this end, I would like to see our Auditor General for the Federation auditing the accounts of the United Nations and other world bodies in the not too distant future. Recall that in my address to this gathering last year, I challenged the Auditors General from many fronts, ranging from using your audit reports to make positive impact in governance to play an active role in the fight against corruption. I am pleased with the feedback available to me that you are still rising up to the occasion. I commend your roles in ensuring that financial statements, especially of states and local governments, are audited and submitted in accordance with the timelines of the State Fiscal Transparency, Accountability and Sustainability SIFTAS program. It is my fervent hope that the culture of transparency and accountability would have been embraced in the public finance management after my administration. Let me commend our state governors for keying into SIFTAS actively and advise the few ones remaining to join. The idea is to put the citizens first and for them to know without asking too much questions how much have been generated and spent on their behalf by public office holders. Recall that I expressed concern in my address to the Auditors General last year during your conference about the level of independence you enjoy as Auditors General, especially at state level. I am happy to note that majority of states have passed their audit laws, thus allaying my fears in this regard. The ball is therefore now in your courts to continue to discharge your responsibilities without fear or favor. I hope to see situations where qualified audit opinions are expressed on financial statements across all tiers of government by Auditors General if the need arises. Only at that point, the public confidence on the stewardship reports by the public office holders would have been secured. At the federal level, we are doing everything possible to ensure the Office of the Auditor General for the Federation is appropriately staffed and provided with modern tools to work. The Federal Audit Bill is currently receiving my attention and will soon be forwarded to the National Assembly for legislative work. I want to commend the Auditors General for the decision to rotate the venue of this year's conference. This will facilitate the attainment of better unity among Nigerians, which my administration encourages. To our hosts, myself, the Executive Governor of Edo State, I commend you for providing the enabling environment for the institutions saddled with responsibilities to ensure accountability in the management of public funds to host their conference in your state. Finally, as you go into brainstorming sessions, I challenge you, Auditors General, to come up with strategies on how to help stamp out corruption in Nigeria. We have no other country than Nigeria. It is by doing so that the future generations of Nigerians can thrive in this great nation. Whilst wishing all the delegates successful deliberations, I hereby declare this Conference of Auditors General in Nigeria, COAGN 2021, holding in Benin City, Edo State, open. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Ntalive, like the president.
Can we sustain the rounds of applause for His Excellency? Excellent speech. Thank you.
That has been the Governor of Edo State, Godwin Obaseki, saying that the state government's role is to strengthen capacity in all strata, deepening of public financial management through the enactment and amendment of laws, including the Audit Law of Edo State 2021. He has been an advocate. And as a representative of the president, he says that he's happy that the sustainable fight against corruption is yielding results, and putting citizens first is uppermost to this administration. We are expecting paper presentations. 3 papers are actually to be presented today.
For a group photograph with His Excellency. The national anthem.
Welcome to Abuja, the place that unites Nigeria.
Understanding the universal language and timeless qualities that every great art piece exudes is a quest for many. Art is a means of communication, a symbol of humanity, depicting aesthetics in various forms. Art connotes strength and visibility as a way of preserving heritage, promoting culture, and painting pictures of our daily realities. This young artist examines tales of the eyes, mind, and body through his works.
My work is more of the real life and of ordinary Nigerians, the women, the children. It's not a painful art, it's just their joys, their moments of doubt, their moments of sorrows too. I draw with raw charcoal on cloth. I just burn them and just make the charcoal.
A combination of brevity with comprehensive suggestiveness that appeals to one's sensibility. One cannot ignore the depth each art piece possesses. But how well do people appreciate and understand these artworks?
You can see they are about to cross the road. So I saw the painting that you look before you leap. The child at the mother's back is relaxed. That means she trusted the mother so much that she is capable of protecting her from any danger.
When I look at that painting or this one, it tells me something, and I'm able to understand the strength of a woman. And looking at this painting, I could easily relate with the average Nsukka woman. I'm from Nsukka. That's the strength of the Nsukka woman.
I like the media, charcoal work. I've used it before. And I like the way he's using it in his pictures to create definition, to show light and shadow. Yeah. So particularly I like this artwork because of the theme, showing independence, and because I like being an independent woman, and I believe every woman should be independent and they can be able to do anything that they desire to do.
One or two things that I'll pick here is that it teaches us about what are we proposing in the nearest futures. Look at the woman in the chair is showing that, okay, you can better yourself where you are, not necessarily when you move to cities. So people in the rural area, they too, if you are content with what you have.
Every art piece speaks to the soul, with its peculiar references to details, although we may sometimes get lost while trying to understand its central message, and this can only be related by the artist.
This is one of my favorite pieces. The piece is actually recent. I title the work The Gaze. For some reason, something captures their attention, and whatever they are looking at, it's not making them sad, it's not making them happy. Children actually look up to their parents to see whatever they are doing. And there's this saying that history repeats itself. And so I try to use this piece to show a girl, to show the world whom she is in the light of day. And I used it to apply to relationships between people, to apply to marriages. I see openness and transparency as one of the strong keys to a successful, cordial relationship.
Every artist has a unique approach and diversity to its interpretation. However, despite its broad approach to our daily realities, art appreciation and collection still poses a major challenge in this part of the world.
Promoting art in primary schools especially, we try to encourage children from the beginning, the primary schools, the importance of arts. They will understand that it's also a profession that somebody can easily really enjoy and express themselves through.
I think art gives a lot of story about a country or people or a nation, and we should always preserve artwork. Because it will be used in future generations to tell a story of the past.
We don't really blame those that don't appreciate art. You have to have conquered, food as a problem to be able to appreciate things like luxurious things. Most of us, we live a life of survival. It starts from building ourselves as a nation first before we can actually appreciate art.
Art is no doubt a benchmark for nation building, a great assurance to sustainable growth, especially with the strings of creative expressions all around the country. If only we can look within and let every art piece we set our eyes on speak to our minds and body, then art appreciation will become more valuable.
Welcome to the world's first football scouting reality show, Football Dreams. We kicked off an extensive scouting selection for football talents in 2019, and together with our African Football Network, we've evaluated over 3,000 players from 13 countries. They all share the same dream, that one day they will become a professional football player. Only 28 players made it to fight for a contract with a professional European team in the grand finale of Football Dreams 2021 in Benin. Our main host and former professional footballer, England national player, and FA Cup winner John Fashanu will guide us through the show and push the players through extremely hard and challenging tests. Halfway to the final, 14 of the 28 players will be eliminated, but only one player will win the professional contract.
Ẹ kú dédé àsìkò yìí ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa ẹ sì káàbọ̀ sí yàrá ìròyìn Fọlákẹ́mi Adésọ̀nà Abina ní orúkọ tèmi ń jẹ́.
Onye wete akụkọ wa nketa bụ Omenka Amarachukwu na nketa.
Masu kallo assalamu alaikum barkanmu da zagayowar ranar samun yancin kai.
Hooray! NTA language is 10. 10 years of qualitative broadcast in our local languages, popularizing our language, promoting our indigenous culture, food, costume, art, monuments of our core moral and ethic values. Come, celebrate with us and help propel our indigenous language to greater heights. A win for the elevation of our local languages is a win for us all.
Hello and welcome. It's time for another interesting package of
Everything Music.
Angelina, you dey cool in my temperature. If you call, I go come deliver.
This is Talking Movies.
In times of old, the world was full of wonder.
No.
Stop it! Welcoming you to your weekend for today.
Arise, oh compatriots. It's time to use our voice.
Beyond Six Packs.
Bills.
Pay the bills. Keep paying my telephone bills. Pay my bills.
Welcome to Gallery.
Me and my paddies.
London for what?
London for medicine.
Medicine for what?
Medicine for coffee.
Are you sickness?
To our illness.
Welcome to Gist Zone.
All right, my name is the Eselucien Wego One. Ona nyokoko nyonyo.
This vaccine is safe and it has been certified safe and usable by NAFTA.
Tuesday Live, analytical, in-depth, educative, and interactive on national issues accommodating all sides of opinions.
We as a people have understood that we have to fight corruption before it fights us back.
Poverty has a financial index, so it should be fought also with a financial weapon. Give it to the social investments program. It has been a very courageous battle.
Tuesday Live, every Tuesday at
Hello, thanks for joining us on Nationwide on the network service of the NTA. I'm Ruth Aguela. Vice President Professor Yemi Osinbajo is in Dubai, United Arab Emirates, to participate at the World Liquefied Petroleum Gas Association Forum, where he will be delivering the keynote address. The Vice President was received on arrival by the head of the Nigerian consulate in Dubai, Abu Mohammed, world leaders, top government ministers from several countries, and chief executives of major multinational corporations in the liquefied petroleum gas sectors around the globe will be attending the week-long 2021 World LPG Week from Sunday through Thursday this week under the auspices of the Paris-based World LPG Association. State House correspondent Jide Onifade reports that the Vice President will be speaking on Tuesday at the forum, which is expected to attract over 2,000 delegates from 72 countries on the theme of the LPG Week, Energizing Tomorrow. The Vice President is expected back in Abuja on Thursday. A bit of legislative affairs here. The House of Representatives Committee on Federal Capital Territory alleges that the FCT administration loses about 200 billion naira annually on leakages related to land matters. At the inaugural sitting of the investigative hearing, the committee says issues of revenue leakages, illegal estate development, double allocation of land titles, among others, are some of the anomalies in the activities of the Abuja Geographic Information System.
Deserves nothing but the best as envisioned to be a first-class capital city, comparable to any part of the world. We implore the Honorable Minister of FCT, the leadership of the relevant mandate secretariats, departments and agencies, that's the MDS of the FCT, to grant us the needed cooperation and logistics support to achieve the much desired positive results of this great assignment.
Heads of the various units from the FCT who appeared at the hearing were asked to submit necessary documents, as mandate secretaries are expected to make presentations at subsequent sittings. Nigeria is said to be committed to repositioning the transportation sector for sustainable development. This assurance was contained in a message by the Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, at the opening ceremony of the 3rd National Transport Summit by the Chartered Institute of Transport Administration of Nigeria, taking place in Abuja. Rina Kaloka reports.
The Minister of Transportation, Chibike Rotimi Amechi, while delivering the Vice President's message, says federal government is set to reposition the transportation sector with the completion of major projects on the road, rail and maritime subsectors. He solicits the support of stakeholders in the transportation industry.
In all of these, government will play its part by providing the enabling environment, while the private sector should play its part by mobilizing the necessary funds and personnel. Government is already doing its part with the Companies and Allied Matters Act, KAMA 2020, the Finance Act 2020, PEBEC, and several other initiatives in place.
Director General Nimasa, who is the President, Chartered Institute of Transport Administration of Nigeria, Bashir Yusuf Jamo, made a case for renewed scrutiny in the sector.
It is also time to take stock nationally of all transportation assets of Nigeria. CIOTA pledges to play a supportive role in this regard.
The transportation sector is ours to regulate. No one can do it for us. No agency, be it public or private.
The Institute of Transport Administration was incorporated in 1986 with the aim of promoting education, controlling and regulating the practices of efficient transport management and administration. Oyinaya Kalu Oka, NTA News.
The massive infrastructural development journey of the federal government is becoming visible as many people we hear are testifying. For roads, government is opening more completed highways to commuters in different parts of the country. Abdullahi Mohammed reports that this is the fallout of its unrelenting commitment of resources and painstaking supervision.
With an integrated infrastructural development plan as its guide, a conviction to complete all abandoned road projects with an aggressive approach to building new ones, the federal government under the leadership of President Muhammadu Buhari sets out. The man responsible for overseeing the implementation of the master plan goes about with an eagle eye, supervising the quality and ensuring compliance to standards. From south to east, north to west and the center, he crisscrosses, keeping contractors on their toes. So his principal, the president, monitoring from afar. Now it's time to deliver to Nigerians the dividend of the investment on infrastructure. Up north, Sokoto Tambol, Jega Kontagora Makera Phase 1, 250 kilometers, is done and dusted. Subsequent days, emissaries of Mr. President gave green lights to commuters on Vendekya in Benue to Obudu Cattle Ranch in Cross River State. Newe Uduma Uduru Road Section 1 and 2 in Ebonyi, Enugu State also opens. Kano Meduguri Dual Carriageway Sections 2 and 3 are waiting formal opening. But the icing on the cake is the evolution of the second Niger Bridge. It was inherited, but a top priority, and now close to completion.
And of course, we have to extend our appreciation to the confidence reposed in the management of this ministry by Mr. President Muhammadu Buhari, and our Minister Babatunde Raji Fashola for entrusting us the responsibility of implementing the policy direction of this administration. It has been good, quite difficult and challenging, having regard to the long neglect of the sector over the years.
This is surely not going to be the last time that stories about inauguration of completed highways and road networks across the country will pop up on the media space. You may want to ask why. Why? Because most of the investment made by the federal government in the rehabilitation of highways and roads across the country has already matured, and this is the time for harvest. The highways with the little torches to harvest time includes the Abuja Kefi Makodi, Abuja Lokoja, Abuja Kaduna Kano, and Lagos Ibadan. These and many other are expected to be completed in the near future. In Abuja, Abdullahi Mohammed, NT News.
Well, for the first time in 7 years, Jemeta Bridge is wearing a new look, especially at night, as a result of provision of solar-powered light by the Federal Roads Maintenance Agency, FEMA. Usman Mukhtar would tell us more about it.
Jemeta Bridge plays a significant role in the socio-economic development of the citizenry. The bridge links the people of Adamawa to the neighboring states and some countries, that is Cameroon and Chad Republic. Despite being important, using the bridge, especially during night hours, is very dangerous to motorists because of darkness. It is in the light of this, the Federal Road Maintenance Agency, FEMA, provided a solar-powered street light on the bridge to ensure security and free vehicular movements.
Actually, in fact, I was really amazed. I used to fly this road a lot. It's very dark indeed.
But when I saw the light, I am impressed.
Now you can see that there's light over. If you reach, you can see the bridge. There's light. On top of the bridge, there's light. And up before the bridge, there's light.
The work is 100% completed under our supervision. We have checked all the street lights. They are all functioning. Above all, they were given some protections against some motorists. In case of accidents, they are protected with some concrete provision. The poles may not be heated.
FEMA added that the bridge will continue to receive attention, putting into consideration its socio-economic benefit to the people. In Yola, Usman Mukhtar, NTA News.
Strategic role of the civil society in achieving safe schools in Nigeria remains critical as Nigeria strives to improve quality and safe education. Consequently, a 3-day step-down training is facilitated by the Development, Research and Project Center in collaboration with Education in Emergency Technical Working Group supported by Ford Foundation in Abuja. Abdurrahman Usman Jibrila reports.
Been advocating for girls' education, and it makes our work very, very difficult to go to the village to convince parents to put their girls in school. It's very, very difficult, and so some of them are getting married. In fact, the girls themselves, they don't even want to go back to school because of what they experience.
Dr. Fatima Adamu is from Nana Girls and Women Empowerment Initiative in Kebbi State, who related her experience on the heels of the abduction of schoolgirls in FGC Birni Yauri. She is among the 50 representatives of civil society groups meeting here. They are discussing on how to come up with new strategies to improve safety in schools, as well as their know-how in engaging government officials to keep schools safe.
Civil society groups will be told and trained on the decisions and recommendations of the African Union Summit on Girls' Education.
If everyone can play their own responsibility towards ensuring that schools can continue, because we are saying that schools should never stop. But the schools should be made protective. The environment should be made protective to support learning.
Traditional and religious leaders, as a custodian of the grassroots, to deepen communication and mobilizing community to take ownership of the schools, to support government in becoming vigilance and watchdogs, working with the security agency, creating intelligence gathering.
We call on the media and also like the CSOs to actually hold them accountable and to follow through and monitor that Nigeria implements the plan of action.
It is expected that the ratification of the initiative of March 20th, 2019 by the Federal Executive Council will further strengthen national policy to guide implementation nationwide. Abraham Jibrila, NTA News.
We'll make a first stop now to Lagos, and Adiola is set to guide us.
Thank you, Ruth. The uniqueness of the NTA in terms of its wide reach and professionalism cannot be rivaled. The Flag Officer commanding Western Naval Command, Rear Admiral Jason Gbasa, said this when he led other officers to the NTA Lagos Network Center on a courtesy visit. Rear Admiral Jason Gbasa commended the Nigerian media, particularly the NTA, for reporting activities of the Navy, especially at its current period of capitalization. The Flag Officer commanding noted that apart from safeguarding the nation's maritime domain, it is on record that the Nigerian Navy has enjoyed tremendous support from the President Muhammadu Buhari administration.
President Muhammadu Buhari himself will be commissioning 6 ships, 1 helicopter, and 42 boats into service. Amongst these boats is one in particular, a seaward defense boat that was conceptualized, designed, and constructed in country by Nigerians. Zonal Director, NTA2 Lagos Network Center, said the visit has further strengthened the synergy between the NTA and the Nigerian Navy. He added that with the station's reach, the activities of the Navy will be told to the world in the right perspective.
NTA2 is available live on 3 streaming platforms, on the internet 24/7, and then NTA2 is available on 3 traditional platforms, making 6 huge platforms availability.
Before departure, the Rear Admiral suggested that the NTA management could utilize the resources of its Defense College for the training of defense correspondents in order to broaden their horizon and security reportage. The Nigerian Customs Service Federal Operations Unit, Zone A, has arrested 41 suspects for contravening extant laws on the importation of goods. The arrests were made within 5 weeks as efforts are being intensified to ensure that smugglers do not take advantage of the festive season for the importation of poisonous commodity. Michael Olaleye reports.
This is the most challenging time of the year, when smuggling activities are usually on the high side. This is visible by the types of items displayed at the headquarters of the Federal Operations Unit Zone A. More than 13,000 bags of foreign rice were seized within 5 weeks. But a glimpse of hope here for the customs has to do with the identification of means of conveyance.
We are desirous to go after them wherever they may be. Most of this rice were intercepted at the bush parts. Then some were dumped in areas where they want to be picking them one after the other.
There is an agreement with community leaders in volatile areas on the possibility of banning motorcycles for the conveyance of rice. But the discovery of a warehouse filled with expired drinks with inscriptions written in Chinese language is compounding the battle options.
The moment it enters market, they will sell it cheap. And Nigerians, this is cheap, well, I want to do Christmas. This one is good for me. Then they will take it. After some months, you start seeing people developing so many ailments.
For every crime, there must be an accomplice. The partners in crime involved in the packaging of these 907 kilograms of cannabis sativa are under the customs radar. The drugs were packed like parcel and picked in a bus with another sizable number put in sacks to look like cola nuts. One area of success that will continue to resonate is the arrest of the 2 prime suspects connected with the killing of customs officers between September and October 2021. In Lagos, Michael Olaleye, NT News.
Amina in Kaduna will be the next person to give us stories in that zone, but that will be after this first break. Just stay with us on Nationwide.
Nigerian youths are about the greatest assets the country has at the moment. It is therefore not surprising that the administration of President Muhammadu Buhari is strategically responding to the yearnings of the youth through multiple projects and programs. Youth Entrepreneurship Support Years by Bank of Industry, the Youth Investment Fund by the CBN, and several other conditional cash transfer programs. Recruitment of 774,000 social workers, majority of whom are youths, and so many other projects that are beneficial to youths directly or indirectly. If the administration can do all this, definitely with a degree of patience and time, it can achieve more. Nigerian youths must come together to say no to terrorism, no to vandalism, and no to all disruptive tendencies. Hashtag Youth for Greater Nigeria. Pacifying the youths, unifying the nation.
One country, one peaceful people, united in diversity.
We are great Nigerians. Let's be peaceful.
We refuse to be manipulated by desperados and instigators.
We cannot succeed without your cooperation.
A peaceful and united Nigeria is possible.
Join us in one voice, one love and unity.
As we march around 36 states of Nigeria, including the FCT,
for national peace
and unity campaign, truth and commitments.
Babban taro na Najeriya domin dawo da soyayya a tsakanin mu 'yan Najeriya.
When the power of love overcomes the love for power. For our country, Nigeria,
to
Together we stand.
This message is brought to you by the ambassadors of Voice of Change Initiative, supported by Nigerian Television Authority (NTA) and Federal Capital Territory (FCT).
National politics and youth inclusion, issues and development. That's our focus on NTA Tuesday Live this week. Tuesday Live, incisive and educative. Join us at 10:30 p.m.
The Security and Civil Defense Corps is upscaling sensitization of its personnel on the importance of COVID-19 vaccination. At a Train the Trainers and Community workshop for Northwest Zone in Kaduna, the Corps says sensitization is crucial to curtailing further spread of the novel coronavirus, especially with the discovery of a new variant Omicron. Haruna Mohammed reports.
Seated here are personnel of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps from the northwest zone of the country for COVID-19 response training. Trainers at this session put on the table basic and core COVID-19 preventive measures, as well as the need to sensitize Nigerians on the new variant, Omicron.
To ensure that you have complete data.
This has become necessary because the turnout of clients for this vaccine has been less than expected, and that is actually affecting us and would affect the spread. In fact, some of these variants that are coming up now, fingers are being pointed at the lack of vaccination by some people.
Commandant General Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, in a message, urges participants to be disciplined and diligent in carrying out the important national assignment.
This vaccination is for our own good. Is to protect ourselves. Every person needs to be vaccinated, and that's the effort the government has. They have procured this vaccination free of charge. You just go, get yourself vaccinated, and get this certificate, and you keep.
Participants are to in turn train other officers at their various states and sensitize Nigerians on the viral disease. Haruna Mohammed, NTA News.
Kano State government has remained faithful to its promise of delivering quality results on the ongoing renovation of NTA Kano, a development described by Director General of the NTA as a good omen for better viewing experience of development broadcasting. Elizabeth Ila has an update on the project.
The renovation project, which started in October this year, was embarked upon due to the dilapidated state of the station, with leakages and deterioration of the roofing in some parts of the building. The State Commissioner, Ministry of Works and Infrastructural Development, Idris Wadasali, whose ministry is overseeing the project, visited the station to inspect the quality and progress of work being carried out.
This work is a very gigantic work, and I'm highly impressed with the scope of the work and the quality of the work that has been going on here.
While on a visit to the state, the Director General of the NTA, Yakubu Ibn Muhammad, commends the state government's good gesture, saying this will further smoothen the service-oriented relationship between NTA and the state government.
This general manager has practicalized, what I've always been preaching. He's gone out, he's shown commitment to the programs of the state government, and the government is happy that NTA Kano is part and parcel of Kano State, and as a result, the governor has come to the assistance of NTA. It's simple. It's not rocket science. Things don't happen. People make things happen. And the GM NTA Kano, with the support of his staff, have made things to happen.
Yakubu Ibn Muhammad further said this will also ease the transition of the station to a network center come 2022. In Kano, Elizabeth Yila, NTA News.
And that's it from here. It's back to Ruth in Abuja.
Thank you, Amina. The Abuja Electricity Distribution Company says power supply to some of its areas of operation, especially those on the 11 kV network, have been disrupted following the industrial action embarked upon by the National Union of Electricity Employees. A statement by the General Manager Corporate Communication of AEDC, Bode Fadipe, says efforts are ongoing to resolve the issues that prompted the strike. In the meantime, the transmission company of Nigeria, TCN, regrets the disruption of power supply within the AEDC franchise and assures electricity consumers that normal bulk power delivery to AEDC will be restored as soon as the injection substations are opened for onward electricity supply to consumers. Areas under AEDC franchise include Abuja, Nasarawa, Kogi, parts of Edo, Niger and Kaduna states. All right, let's bring you update on COVID-19. As at 5th of December, this 2021, Nigeria Center for Disease Control confirms 55 new cases of COVID-19 in the country. The breakdown shows that Lagos has 37, Edo 6, Osun 5, Oyo 4, Ogun 2 and Ekiti 1. Total confirmed cases now stands at 214,622. Discharged cases 207,450 and death is 2,980 recorded so far. The federal government has reacted to Britain's decision to put Nigeria on its red alert list over COVID-19, describing the decision as discriminatory. Information and Culture Minister Lai Mohammed stated this at a media briefing in Abuja. Let's hear the details from Anthony Forson.
As spokesman for the federal government, Lai Mohammed said,
"The decision by the British government to put Nigeria on the red list just because of less than 2,000 cases of Omicron, which, by the way, did not originate in Nigeria, is unjust, unfair, punitive, indefensible, and discriminatory. How do you slam this kind of discriminatory action on a country of 200 million people just because of less than 2,000 cases?"
The minister maintained that the travel ban slammed on some African countries is no solution to the problem.
Let me use this opportunity to highlight the fact that travel ban, the type that has been slammed on some African countries, is a knee-jerk reaction that can only be detrimental to our quest to most conclusively tackle the pandemic. Why can't the world take a serious look at the issue of access to vaccine and ensure that it is based on the principles grounded in the right of every human being to enjoy the highest attainable standard of health without discrimination?
Insisting that vaccine monopoly is at the root of derailing the fight against the pandemic, as countries with enormous resources have resorted to hoarding the vaccines, denying smaller countries access to it. In the meantime, the Presidential Steering Committee has issued a revised protocol to guide travelers. With effect from the 5th of December, the minister was emphatic that whatever decision to be taken on the pandemic must be scientifically driven rather than based on emotions. In Abuja, Anthony Forson, NTA.
In a related development, Nigeria has expressed strong commitment to the global agenda to end the COVID-19 pandemic by December 2022. President of the Senate, Ahmed Lawan, at the opening of a national COVID-19 summit to review Nigeria's response to the pandemic, said the legislature will make budgetary provisions to fight the pandemic and implement recommendations from the summit. Mitarik Ben reports.
2 years into the COVID-19 pandemic, various actors and players in the national response are gathered at this summit to identify successes, gaps, and lessons learned so far. The pandemic took the world by surprise, but also revealed the resilience of Nigerians as a people, and the Presidential Steering Committee on COVID-19 has resolved to leverage on modest achievements to strengthen Nigeria's healthcare delivery system.
There is need for openness and frankness. Where we've done well, applaud us. Where we have not been able to meet up to the expectations of our people. Remind us.
I believe that this summit will come up with consensus, recommendations, deliberations, and solutions.
Global health security must be built on the foundation of our national health security, and our national health security must be laid on the foundation of the individual and personal health security.
But our work here is not yet done. The United States continues to work with Nigerian stakeholders to prevent, detect, and respond to COVID-19 and to ensure this response is both effective and coordinated.
The National Assembly is concerned about developing an accountability framework for COVID-19 response and health security in Nigeria.
Whatever is necessary will be provided for Nigeria to continue to fight for the pandemic and beyond it. And I like that applause. But there is a condition, a caveat, that those who will be giving those funds need to provide the kind of prudence that is necessary. The economy, the efficiency in the deployment and application of those resources.
The summit's blueprint for Nigeria's pandemic recovery, reconstruction, and health security will be passed on to Mr. President.
The objectives of Nigeria's COVID-19 summit are well spelled out, and it is hoped that the lessons gleaned or garnered from this pandemic will be applied to boost Nigeria's public health system and response to any future pandemic. In Abuja, Mitaire Ikben, NTA News.
The fact-checking training course 3 has ended in Abuja with the resolve by participants towards implementing skills learned for a better Nigeria. Kenneth Inanim reports that the capacity building workshop was organized by the National Orientation Agency.
It is an established fact that the strength of Nigeria as a country lies in the unity of its diversity. Amongst its socio-economic challenges, spread of fake news, hate speech and misinformation, especially on the social media platforms, is having a negative impact on national security. At this workshop, therefore, participants are being introduced to various digital applications for verification and techniques of flagging down of such misleading information.
As a collective, as individuals, that at institutional levels, everybody will have to play a role in his or her little corner towards creating the kind of society that we ought to wish to see.
The workshop also identified that more emphasis on the factors that unite us as a people, other than issues that divide us, is a culture Nigerians must imbibe to curb spread of fake news and misguided utterances.
Nigerians have the right to know what is truth. Nigerians have the right to see the truth. And Nigerians have the right to follow what is truth. So my role now as a citizen of this country, a staff of Federal and Revenue Service, is to help guide Nigerians towards the facts and the truth.
The change begins with me. So I believe what I've learned today will go a long way in helping to stop the spread of fake news in Nigeria, whereby bringing development and love amongst ourselves.
The agency is expected to train 37,000 Nigerians on fact-checking techniques in line with its strategic 5-year work plan. Kenneth Nanim, NTA News.
We'll make another stop, this time to Port Harcourt, to join Jenny, where she'll be bringing us the next set of reports.
Thank you, Ruth. The federal government has been called upon to issue licenses to only prospective companies capable of responding to emergencies of oil spills in the Niger Delta. The call was made at the 12th Public Lecture and Award of Environmental Outreach magazine in Port Harcourt. Robinson Derataide reports that the Director General of the NTA was among the awardees.
The Environmental Outreach magazine is a foremost environmental-based publication concerned with issues of the environment. The increasing cases of oil spills and ineffective implementation of regulatory policies, as well as lack of improved mechanism for responding to oil spills and maritime emergencies, are the major concerns of stakeholders. Hence, the theme of the 12th Public Lecture and Award Ceremony, which is Balancing Economic Development and Environmental Protection.
Let us therefore come together
together to continue to fight any form of degradation of our common heritage, from Port Harcourt to Maiduguri and from Calabar to Sokoto.
The environment is no one's property to destroy. It is everyone's responsibility to protect it.
No oil company should be given opportunity to explore oil in Nigeria if you don't have the capacity to contain spill. You must have that capacity.
Among the personalities honored at the Epoch event were the Director General of NTA, Yakubu Ibn Muhammad, ably represented by the Assistant Director Marketing, Evelyn Woso, and the Bayelsa and River State governments, which received Excellence Public Service Awards.
Bad boys go to the rig and they break the pipelines and then they get settled. Sometimes because of the way they reward the bad ones, the good ones are wondering, should we really continue to be good or should we go and do what they are doing? I think that also is an approach that should be looked into.
The event also featured the unveiling of the recent publication of the magazine. In Port Harcourt, Robinson Delateide, NTA News.
The quest to rid Nigeria coastal lines of economic saboteurs and provide a safe marine environment for socio-economic activities to thrive has taken a new dimension, with many suspects arrested and are awaiting trial. Kelvin Samuel reports that a total of 65 suspects have been arrested within a week by NNS Thunder and handed over to the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps NSCDC in Akwa Ibom State.
The suspects, according to Captain Muhammad Abu, changed their mode of operations by taking it closer to the Cameroonian waterways to avoid arrest by men of the forward operating base, Ibaka. Unknown to the suspects that the Nigerian Navy ship NNS Thunder regularly patrols the border coastal areas to monitor activities there, cited and apprehended them.
The arrest is premised on the directives of the Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Awal Gambo, of zero tolerance to all forms of criminalities on our maritime domain, particularly smuggling, crude oil theft, and other vices.
The prosecuting agency, Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, commended the Navy for maintaining the existing synergy between the two agencies while assuring of their readiness to conduct adequate investigation and possible prosecution of suspects.
The Commandant General of Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, he has ordered us to go after any form of vandalizations. Today we thank the Nigerian Navy for giving us the suspects and the exhibit. Thank you. We'll get back to you when we are done with the investigation.
4 wooden boats, 16,000 liters of automotive gas oil, and 370 bags of fish belonging to the suspects were among exhibits handed over to the NSCDC in compliance with the law. In Uyo, Kevin Samuel, NTA News.
And that's it from here. Nationwide will continue in Sokoto after the break.
An entrepreneur. Do you operate small businesses, sell, promote, or market product or equipment, rent, hire, produce, offer services in music, food, fashion, film, photography, painting, sculpture, play, drama, comedy, travel, and hospitality sector? Enjoy Nigeria Expo 2021 is here for you to showcase your product, services, and skills. Learn how to grow your business, connect with customers, network with frontline entrepreneurs in your sector across Nigeria. Enjoy Nigeria Expo is holding from December 6 to 12, 2021. At the Abuja International Trade and Convention Center, Kilometer 8, Umoriyar Adwa Expressway, Airport Road, Abuja. For inquiry, call 009-114-3424, 009-643-0859. Enjoy Nigeria Expo 2021 is brought to you by Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, Federal Ministry of Information and Culture. Welcome to Nigeria Project and Abuja Chambers of Commerce and Industry. Enjoy Nigeria, future assured through cultural creativity.
Femi Martins, just look at this. Remember the name. That is a wonderful goal.
The African Cup of Nations starts on the 9th of January 2022 on NTA.
Powered by Afro Sports. For sponsorship and advertisements, contact us on 090-9890-6913 or 090-3513-2838.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you in your living room, office, everywhere and anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel 91, Freeview UK channel 264, or you can download www.visiontv.co.uk, app for iOS or Android. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
To have you join us in Sokoto. Sultan Muhammad Saad Abubakar has challenged Nigerians to continue to live peacefully with one another despite the country's diversity. He made the call while receiving the governor of Delta State on a courtesy visit at his palace. Lalata Abdullahi has the report.
The governor of Delta State was accompanied to the Sultan Palace by the Sectoral State Governor Aminu Waziri Tambol. Sultan Muhammad Saad said peace is the pillar of development in any society, urging Nigerians to see their diversity as a great advantage toward achieving national development and cohesion, while pledging to, as community leaders, do more for the country to prosper. Sultan Saad described education as the best legacy of the caliphate. He stated that to further keep historical records of the caliphate, he had directed the publishing of a book that will contain brief biographies of the 20 sultans of Sokoto, from Sheikh bin Fodio to the 20th sultan.
Make sure there is peace and stability in the whole community. So without peace, we can't develop.
Governor of Delta State, Dr. Ifeanyi Okowa, said he was at the Sultan's palace to pay traditional homage and seek for royal blessings from the Sultan. Dr. Okowa acknowledged the role of the Sultanate in promoting the unity and the peaceful coexistence among Nigerians, calling on leaders to continue to interact and identify more ways of making Nigeria a strong and united entity.
You are a man of peace, and I know that you have the intellect to be able to send those conversations, and you are respected enough across this nation.
Dr. Okowa was in Sokoto on a two-day official engagement. In Sokoto, Lalata Abdullahi, NTA News.
Zamfara State Police Command has arrested 3 persons in connection with the gruesome murder of 3 Fulani men at Bargaja community in Gusau local government area of the state. The suspected murderers were paraded before newsmen along exhibits recovered from them, as well as other suspects involved in various crimes. Halru Muhammad Umar has more.
The suspected killers of the 3 Fulani said to be members of the outlawed vigilante group popularly known as Nsake were alleged to have invaded the Fulani settlement with the intention of launching an attack that was repelled by the police.
The operatives have succeeded in containing the situation as well as arresting their suspect for gruesomely killing 3 people in the village using cutlass and knives.
The suspects, who denied committing the crime, however, said they found corpses of the Fulani men but macheted their bodies. Items recovered from the suspects, according to the police commissioner, include 1 locally fabricated gun, a cutlass, and 2 knives with blood stain, among others, threatened that they would be prosecuted upon completion of investigation. CP Ayub Elkana also announced the recovery of 3 AK-47 rifles and some rounds of live ammunition at Shinkafi Maradon Forest, following an invasion on enclaves of abductors who escaped with gunshots. The Commissioner of Police further disclosed the arrest of 4 suspects in connection with criminal conspiracy and armed robbery.
The victims were attacked or hit at the back of their head with a view to kill them. During the attack, the following items were snatched away from the suspects: 2 Techno and 1 Infinite handset valued at 135,000 naira.
Other breakthrough recorded by the police was the arrest of 4 suspects involved in the recent blockage of Gusau Zaria Federal Highway along Sabongida in Kotorkoshi Emirate of Bungudu local government area. CP Ayuba Elkana, who said the command has ordered the deployment of security personnel to places of worship, warned that security threats and any breach of law and order will not be tolerated. In Gusau, Haliru Muhammad Umar, NTA News.
And that's it from here. It's now back to Ruth in Abuja. Thank
you, Sadia. Ondo State Governor Oluwarotimi Akeredolu and his Lagos State counterpart Babajide Sanwo-Olu wants more women active participation in politics for Nigeria's sustainable development. At a gathering of over 3,000 women in Akure, Ondo State, hosted by the wife of the governor, Mrs. Betty Anyanwu Akeredolu, the governors challenged Nigerian women to take their rightful place in the polity. Toyin Batire has details.
No doubt, women contribute in no small measure to development of the society, hence their development is development of all. This is one of the objectives of the Foundation of Wives of Ondo State Officials, FOWOSO, a concept of the wife of the governor. The third FOWOSO summit is with the theme turning around the economic status of women in a COVID-19 era. And for the women, it is time to take charge.
Betty Anyanwu Akeredolu, she's really trying for women in Ondo State, and we really appreciate her.
Within these few months that I've been part of FOWOSO, I've learned quite a lot.
Women from the 18 local government areas of Ondo State received various empowerment materials to boost their trade and businesses. In Akure, Toyin Batire, NT News.
In Imo State, stakeholders have stressed the need to adopt measures that will ensure elimination of violence against women. They made their views known at a seminar organized by the Nigerian Association of Women Journalists, Imo State chapter, to commemorate the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. Reina Obaseki reports.
Report from Alliance for Africa, a non-governmental organization in Imo State, shows that over 3,000 cases of violence against women and girls have been documented in the past 1 year. Human rights activist Mrs. Nenaya Enyinaya, while addressing participants at a seminar on elimination of violence against women, organized by Nigeria Association of Women Journalists, Imo State chapter, says available statistics only show the figure of reported cases, as most victims are silent due to fear of stigmatization.
You don't want anybody to call you names, so we're avoiding stigma and discrimination, and things are going wrong. It's a strong, very strong limitation to our work against gender-based violence.
Other speakers at the seminar enjoin women journalists to do more in highlighting cases of violation of women.
In the spirit of 16 days activism is for us to start using our pen, using every slot.
If we don't tell our stories, nobody will tell our stories for us. We wear our shoes, we know where it pinches us.
The chairman, Nigerian Association of Women Journalists, Imo State, Dr. Dorothy Nnaji, and some participants speak.
I will have to partner them, then I will now know where I can fuse both my professional knowledge and the field knowledge.
We need to speak out. We need to use NAWASH platform to write, to inform the public what some of these people are passing through.
For the efforts of the government and human rights groups to yield the needed results, the people say all hands must be on deck. In Owerri, Reina Obaseki, NTA News.
The need to understand market dynamics and adherence to specific export certification value chains, key players say, is critical to enhancing the exportation of Nigerian agri-produce globally. Guest on NT's Good Morning Nigeria are optimistic that with revitalization of identified missing links, Nigeria agribusiness will continue to be the mainstay of the economy. Let's hear more from Lydia Sampson.
With the world leaning more on organic products, guests on Good Morning Nigeria are unanimous on meeting requirements of import permits for countries which are usually clearly stated and varies depending on countries. Guests have harped on the need for value addition to products banned for export so as to create employment.
The issue of value chain has not been an issue that we have paid attention as a nation. But in the last 10 years, yes, it has come to fore that we must do agriculture as a business. Agribusiness is what it's supposed to be. And that's what other nations have been doing to be successful.
We need to also have an interface with different levels of regulators in terms of curriculum development that will be in tune with the global realities in the agricultural sector. We cannot continue to live in the past.
They also reiterate the need for interface between all stakeholders on the way forward in enhancing Nigerian agro-produce.
The moment you get SON, OGA, quarantine, SGS Nigeria, not SGS France. We must be able to create our own SGS Nigeria to now begin to create our own local certifications based on the principles, based on the support of the quarantine agency.
We have the trainings for exporters, new exporters, zero to export, whereby we bring new people who have retired from service, people who have money, and bring them together, give them training for 3 months, so do this, can get it right. Because actually where we are talking about is export actually is meant for the people who have the knowledge and the capacity.
The guys pointed out that though agribusiness is capital intensive, especially getting the right volume for exports, deploying technology and engaging experts will continue to strengthen Nigeria's agro products and open more windows for sustainable growth and exports. In Abuja, Lydia Samson, NTA News.
Nigeria is unrelenting towards building a more robust and resilient economy that is less dependent on oil and reliant on its own goods. Minister of State, Industry, Trade and Investment, Mariam Katagum, gave federal government's policy stance at the opening of maiden edition of Enjoy Nigeria Expo holding in Abuja. Bosede Abel reports.
The expo, put together by Welcome to Nigeria project in collaboration with the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment and the Ministry of Information, with the theme A Future Assured Through Cultural Creativity, seeks to attract more investors to the Nigerian economy.
It is pertinent to note that the Nigerian economy, under the leadership of President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, has now been fully diversified away from oil and gas. A lot of nations in the world actually survive on their cultural heritages.
That we've formed a platform for all categories of businesses to expand their customer base, promote their goods and services.
INEX 2021 is also a platform to draw the attention of the world to Nigeria's untapped sectors that include creative, cultural, entertainment and tourism. The emphasis here is on women and youth to build their capacity in their respective businesses.
We felt that, of course, if we initiate an expo, a platform, then we'll be able to draw those the world doesn't know from the rural area. We bring out their product, we help them in setting up their, giving their product a face and all of that. And that can only happen when we have a platform of this nature, Enjoy Nigeria Expo.
More than 10 states have indicated interest to participate at the expo, where various made in Nigeria products will be on display. In Abuja, Bosede Abel, NTA News.
Reporters covering the extractive industry are being equipped with requisite knowledge of the sector. Kenneth Inanim reports that the workshop is at the instance of Daily Trust newspaper in collaboration with MacArthur Foundation. Let's see that.
In line with Section 22 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, the press has a responsibility to hold government accountable on behalf of the people. It becomes imperative, therefore, that journalists must have an in-depth knowledge of laws, policies and operational issues in the industry that contributes over 90% of Nigeria's revenue and 1/3 of its GDP.
We feel that we should build on their capacity so that they can be able to understand the sector and at the same time be able to report to the public adequately.
Other areas of concern include understanding extractive industry value chain, the geography of Nigeria's natural resources, oil and gas in Nigeria, mining, and local content inclusion, as well as blockade of financial leakages.
Extractive industry is very technical one, and it is our responsibility to communicate to the viewer in terms of humanizing and making our stories more conversational. And in an era of ICT, we should be comfortable with figures.
This seminar has helped us to understand what are expected of us as journalists, in what the public expects us to report and how well to report the sector.
At the end of the workshop, it is expected that reporters would have a wider knowledge and scope of reportage that will help to reposition the industry for the good of all Nigerians. Kenneth Nanim, NTA News.
All right, let's take sports update.